Thank you for choosing DC on screen. Our DC Comics film and television experts are now ready to distract you during your commute, exercise routine, or defecation period, from thinking about your crushing loneliness, marital difficulties, personal shortcomings, or impending death. Smile. It's almost over.
For us, we watch for all of us, we watch all this stuff for the most part, so, at some point you have to find a way to cope with the hours you spend on it.
Interesting that you bring that up, because apropos of the 600th episode, I'm sitting here thinking, how am I going to feel on my deathbed? Looking back. Welcome into DC On Screen episode 600. This is the podcast where we talk about the DC Comics multiverse on film and television, give honest opinions on projects outcoming and past, and believe that every version of a property is valid, even if we really don't want it to be. If it's been released, it is fair game, so beware of spoilers. And welcome to the show. I'm David C. Robertson. This is my right-hand man. Lo these 5 years, Jason Goss.
Bastard.
What, did you want to be the left hand? You want the shaft or the balls?
Yeah, that's fair. You know what? I'll take it as it's presented.
Okay. That's fair. Before we jump in, I do want to thank our Patreon subscribers. You guys mean everything. We love you. All of that.
This is a great chance to say it personally. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, if you're listening to this show and you aren't already a Patreon supporter, you don't know that there was a new Patreon episode in the feed. A prelude to 600, featuring the folks you're about to hear. About 45 minutes of conversation leading up to this very episode. We're talking all sorts of stuff. What almost killed our podcast, what comics we're digging on right now, speculation about what happened behind the scenes between Dan DiDio and Scott Snyder, all sorts of stuff that if you're listening to this, you'll probably want that too. Anyway, let's get to the show. First up, we're mostly talking movies, our journey to 600, and what we hope to see in the future, and just having some good old-fashioned DC Comics fellowship. Hey there, Dave and Jason, popping in from the future, because the 600th episode was recorded before all this crazy shit went down. And we kind of have to talk about it.
It's taken this much time to get that thing done.
Yep. As it is right now, the 600th episode, the thing you're listening to, the original version of that is done. It's sitting on my hard drive.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm going to add to it. Because not only did Jeffrey Dean Morgan, the news came out that Jeffrey Dean Morgan is in talks to play Thomas Wayne in The Flash, which he played Thomas Wayne in Batman v Superman versus. God, I haven't said that since 2016. Batman v Superman.
It's V for a reason, Dave.
So it feels like 2016 again.
It's exciting.
I'm honestly more excited than I've ever been, I think. Anyway, so not only is Jeffrey Dean Morgan in talks to play Thomas Wayne, which we know that Andy Muschietti has said he's doing a version of Flashpoint. It's not going to be a direct adaptation. I didn't expect that, but this makes all the sense in the world. I mean, there's no way you're going to have Jeffrey Dean Morgan playing Thomas Wayne in The Flash and not do Flashpoint Batman. Like, I feel like if they didn't do that, they would just be shooting themselves in the foot.
There are ways around it, but it still seems like the strong play.
Mm-hmm. Now, we had a fan ask Andy Muschietti if Cyborg is going to appear. He said, obviously. So that's another little piece from Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Yeah.
Because now we're talking about multiverse now. Uh-huh. We're dick deep. Mm-hmm. And then this freaking news today. I woke up and I squealed. Oh my God.
You called me like 2 minutes after, I think, and it was the most awake I've ever heard you 2 minutes after being awake.
Yeah. Michael Keaton is in talks to play Bruce Wayne and Batman in the Flash movie. The Wrap reported it.
And on this Hollywood one, when we say in talks, I feel like it's actually pretty good.
Yeah. And, well, Hollywood Reporter everybody's reported it now.
The major outlets are on top of this one. This may be a real thing. This is like a 90+% alarm really may happen thing.
And we're not talking about, hey, we saw Michael Keaton for half a damn second. We're talking about like Boris Kitt says of Hollywood Reporter says, if a deal makes, Keaton wouldn't just return for Flash, but possibly for several other DC-oriented film projects. Sources are telling THR that the role being envisioned for the veteran actor is akin to the role played by Samuel Jackson as Nick Fury in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, something of a mentor or guide or even string puller. Batgirl is one of the projects in development that could fall into that category. Mm-hmm. Dude, I am totally down for this. I have wanted to see Michael Keaton reprise this role. I've wanted to see the future of the Burton
Since you were like 4. I mean, it's one of your earliest memories is Michael Keaton as Batman.
Yeah, well, 6. I was 6. My 6th birthday, I went to go see that movie.
You were born in 83, that was in 89. So yeah, 6th. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I say Kevin Conroy is my Batman. And that's true. But also Michael Keaton is my Batman.
But there are things that can strike really close, yeah.
So yeah, I've seen Conroy in live action. I've seen him in the multiverse. Now this isn't, I'm seeing all over the place, and I posted the news on Facebook. I've been on Twitter today, just kind of looking around, and I've seen all over the place several misleading, headlines, several people reading headlines and assuming weird shit. So, like, look, if you are one of these people who don't really keep up with this stuff, this is your first episode of DC On Screen. Well, I'm sorry, because this is going to be a weird one. But, look, we're not talking about Ben Affleck is being replaced by Michael Keaton. That's a common thing I keep hearing. Ben Affleck is being replaced by Michael Keaton. No.
The reason it's a common thing, though, is because it's a common thing you might think is happening given this news.
Mm-hmm.
Or even given this article, I get why your head gets there. And I totally get why, if you're somebody who writes for articles and for clicks, that this is a way you would take it.
Mm-hmm.
We're not there yet. We don't know if this is going to be like... Honestly, we just don't know. We don't know what the fuck Affleck's situation is.
We don't know what Affleck's situation is. I imagine...
It could be done both ways, but...
Yes. I imagine, though, and this is pure speculation, if Affleck does return, it will be for HBO Max and Snyder's stuff. That's not 100%. I just imagine that's the case. But...
I would do.
Importantly, this doesn't mean that Ben Affleck's Batman didn't happen, or that he was Michael Keaton the whole time. It means it's another universe. Because The Flash is all about the multiverse. That's why we saw Ezra Miller in The Crisis. That's why Jim Lee was pushing that, wanting Ezra to show up in Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if news drops soon that Grant Gustin is going to be in The Flash. I really would not. I want to see the other side of that conversation.
Some part of me wants to see Stephen Amell because in a way he started so much of this.
In a way, yeah. But,
I mean, the Flash being a property had to do a lot with the Arrow, with Arrow actually taking off and getting the views, and
I know.
So much of the vehicle has taken off since then. Like, we genuinely owe a lot to that poor fucker.
Yeah, and I think this is a genius way to go about doing things. I've seen a lot of people saying that DC is now trying to hop on the multiverse bandwagon, and they should establish their superheroes first. Look, DC has an issue that Marvel is about to have. That being that people are attached to previous iterations of the character.
Mm-hmm. The moment they cast Wolverine, it's just...
Yeah, and Marvel's already getting it with Spider-Man. So, and by the way, DC created the multiverse in comics, okay? And Flash has been doing multiverse, 6 years now?
A while, yeah.
Just because there's a title out there, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, does not mean that they created the concept of the multiverse and DC is hopping on the board. That's stupid. That is utterly ridiculous. Do some research.
They've both played with the concept in a lot of ways, and there's so much retconning that you kind of have to play with the concept in order to make anything kind of make sense.
Oh yeah, like one of my favorite bits from Marvel is like Reed Richards in the Baxter Building talking to all the different versions of Reed Richards throughout the multiverse. Like, he's got them on like a massive intergalactic, interdimensional Zoom call. It's fantastic.
The highest amount of IQ that's ever been in one multi-space.
To be clear, I have no problem with either company using this formula or using this concept, I should say, really, because it's not a formula.
Both have come to it. It's only a matter of history who got there first, maybe, but I think there's inevitability with comics and the multiverse.
Mm-hmm.
It's just going to happen. Like on DC's side, it was Marv Wolfman, I think, that pulled this out and really made it a thing, but still.
Well, I think it was, I want to say Infantino, but Flash of Two Worlds, you know?
Oh, true. Yes. Very true. I was thinking of Crisis.
Where they're like,
whatever.
By the way, we've got Barry and Jay Garrick coming. Yeah. But,
forget the icon cover. Good call.
Oh yeah, no, they brought in different Earths way before to explain some of the, weirdness and continuity.
Oh, yeah. Right. Okay. Superboy, the whole thing. Anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yes, girl.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm excited. I don't feel like this is going to be a slight to Ben Affleck. I feel like Ben Affleck probably read this news with everybody else if he didn't already know it and started jerking off immediately. Because lest we forget, that dude's a fan.
He is.
And I don't think this is a slight to Matt Reeves. Robert Pattinson isn't going away because, Michael Keaton is coming into play, old ass Bruce Wayne. And Batman. But by the way, this doesn't automatically mean there's going to be a Batman Beyond movie either. I've seen that over and over again. Like, yes, Batman Beyond is happening. I'm like, where did you read this? I read the article and it said he's coming. It looks like he's in talks to be in the Flash and possibly other DC film projects as a string pulling, connective tissue guy. No one said anything about a Batman Beyond. Would I take it? Absolutely.
Huge jump in logic though.
So, all I'm saying, we're gonna have to, hold off on our expectations to some degree a little bit here. You can't just go all making crazy statements and shit. I mean, you can, but you'll look like an idiot later and you'll have to go and delete your old tweets and then the fandom will call you out. But
apparently though, if you write an article about it, it just goes into the ether and you never get called on it.
Yeah, and just shit's going crazy. Like, people are going absolutely mad. And I get it. I'm super excited. I was telling Scott from Squadcast today, I was like, this is the most excited I've ever been. This is like, I've never been this excited, ever, about any DC movies. Like, everything on the horizon. Snyder Cut, possibly Ayer Cut. Michael Keaton coming in to play old Batman again. Oh my God.
Even that thing they're going to do with Jimenez that I think's already out.
And also, I got to point out this and, a lot of people, I've seen so many people complaining. I'm going to point this out.
Mm-hmm.
This is already all canon with each other. Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Yeah. It brought in the Keaton universe. We're already there.
Yes. The Keaton universe was officially brought in. It is canon with 1966 Batman. It is canon with the CW. It is canon with Smallville. It is canon. That is the word. It is all canon. Everything is canon. Everything. You stop crying that Ezra Miller and Grant Gustin shouldn't exist in the same multiverse. They do. The tone is different.
It would be. That's the point of different Earths.
The tone in my house is different than the tone next door.
Mm-hmm.
When I go home to see my parents, guess what? The tone of that house is way different than the tone of my house.
Yeah.
And I know the tone in your house is way different than the tone in your parents' house.
Yeah.
There's different lighting. There's different attitudes. There's different philosophies. It's crazy. Guess what? That shit happens in the real world. I can deal with 1966, Burt Ward screaming holy crimson skies of death or whatever with the knowledge that somewhere out there is a Michael Keaton spitting his vichyssoise soup into a bowl and saying, it's cold.
Yeah. I thought about that soup. I think I'm going to make it in honor of this news.
Dude, I have never so badly wanted to simultaneously do a podcast. Like, if you had been available, we would have been doing this shit like 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago, 6 hours ago, whatever it was. We would have been doing that immediately. And also, I would have been watching Batman. Like, when we get off the phone here, like I was telling you, I was like, we don't have to do shit today. Like, we could just do this little bit and then like not do whatever else we were planning on doing, because I desperately want to watch Batman and Batman Returns like back to back.
Yeah.
Like, that's where my heart is. right now, like I'm so excited. It's so ridiculous, but it's such a great feeling. I have not been this excited about really anything comic book related, ever. Like you've got so many oh my gosh. I just don't even know what to think.
I'm really enjoying this. This is rare. This is so rare for you to be just this fucking giddy. Unapologetically so.
Like if they put out news,
really nice to hear.
If they put out news, and I'm on record as saying I don't dig it. I don't dig him in the role. But if they came out and they said, "Hey, Christian Bale's in talks," I am going to be ecstatic.
Well, at this point, honestly, after the Crisis event on CW, which honestly, that may be the closest I've ever heard you be to being this excited. Is the news running up to it. And then you have a thing that happens every once in a while where like you get so excited that you meter yourself. You have like a governor that pulls your expectations down so you don't get hurt. So like in the week before the actual event, you would be like, well, I mean, I don't know. I just don't know if I can do everything. And then we talked about it. I think it really did do so much of what we hoped it would do.
Yeah, it did. It did enough.
It was a glorious event. It was one of the most remarkable achievements in television production history as far as I can tell.
And if you go back and listen to those episodes, like where I'm talking, the thing that I wanted more than anything was to see Michael Keaton as Batman. Again.
I know. Yeah.
And we got the universe. We got the universe. We didn't get him.
His universe and his music was there though.
Ezra Miller showing up just covered a multitude of sins of not being able to.
Yeah, my entire neighborhood heard the name Ezra Miller that night.
So, yeah.
I don't care if they were privy. They know the name. It was shouted.
And I'm going to say something else that's pretty controversial right now.
Sure.
Okay.
That sounds fun.
If we got word that Clooney was coming in, I'd be fine. I'd be so happy. One, because Clooney deserves another shot at being the Bat. Because that dude is a good actor. He sincerely is a good actor. And
a lot of that movie was not his fault.
No, it wasn't.
Especially the Bruce Wayne scenes.
No, he was fine as Bruce Wayne. Yeah. You know, and there's so many dude bros out there going, "Oh, fuck Clooney, you're gay, ruined." No, he didn't ruin Batman. He's just a guy who played Batman and then unfortunately hindered production.
The toy companies ruined his Batman.
Warner Brothers ruined the Batman.
As they often do.
And I'll let that statement,
like, not even Schumacher was absolutely to blame.
Exactly. And I'll let that, all of that, what we just said, segue into this news bit. Because this happened today.
Hold on. I will tell you it's not going to be Val Kilmer. And I'm a little mad about that in a way because I did like his take. I also know that he's medically not capable of that at the moment.
But yeah, we lost Joel Schumacher today. He passed away.
Yeah. And
I struggled with whether or not I was going to say this, but how ironic is that? The day that Keaton's news drops is the same day. Like, and Schumacher we already knew he had passed away. Like, that news came out. I kind of feel like they should have not put out the Michael Keaton news today.
Nah. I mean, they are removed enough. Like most, unless you're so deep into it that you're, listening to this, you're not overly concerned about Schumacher and Keaton's overlaps. Because they largely didn't overlap.
They didn't. Like, Keaton was not involved once Burton left. But, I've seen some pretty toxic, hateful shit from some of the fans who are like, kind of thinking it's really a great thing that Schumacher died on the day that Keaton returns. That kind of shit.
No, that's just shitty.
It is shitty. Because, you know what, Joel Schumacher, I like a lot of Joel Schumacher movies. Like, The Lost Boys is not that bad. Falling Down is fantastic. I love Falling Down.
That was
still haven't seen St. Elmo's Fire.
I go back and forth on that.
Dude, the number 23 was fantastic. With Jim Carrey. Yeah, that was fantastic. But yeah, dude was a good director. What happened with Batman and Robin and even Batman Forever, like I've said before, Batman Forever was not supposed to be what it wound up being. It wound up, ironically, Warner Brothers was fearful of what the backlash from Batman Returns with the Penguin biting noses and shit, and they wanted it to be lighter. So Schumacher had to change what he was originally going to do, make it lighter fare. And then when that was hugely successful, guess what? They wanted lighter. They wanted more toys. They wanted all that bullshit.
I don't know where I've heard this narrative before. That Warner Brothers
Our show
got afraid
for the past 5
was
years.
afraid of a dark take on something and went lighter, and it didn't do well.
Right. So, yeah, sadly, he died, at the age of 80, and, he'd been battling cancer for a year. So I do want to throw out a rest in peace for Joel Schumacher. Without him, we wouldn't have, you could say whatever you want about his movies, but we wouldn't have gotten to Batman Begins. We wouldn't have gotten to any of that. And the thing about it is everybody adds a spoke to the wheel, as Kevin Smith would put it. Everybody adds a block to the house. Because, nobody knows what they're doing. Have you ever seen movies with Mikey?
I've heard of it. I haven't seen it.
It's a guy on YouTube, and he talks about films pretty in depth, and he recently has started doing a thing where he will go into a segment talking about how no one actually planned to do what they did. He loves to point out how people are like, oh, they meant to do this and this was all planned. And he's like, nope. He loves showing like how things just sort of kerfuffle and then like land in a place.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it just like by happenstance. And
the unexpected history kind of thing.
Yeah. He does it a ton on the history of Star Trek. He just recently put out, where he's just talking about like, oh, Gene Roddenberry did this, and he meant to do this, but then this happened, and so they kind of went with that, but he keeps like showing this like little cartoon, this like PSA, like a Schoolhouse Rock thing that's like, no one knows what they're doing.
There's a lot of Sesame Street songs like that. No one knows what they're doing. Frustration's okay. Take a deep breath.
Yeah. So, but yeah, like I'm not going to sit here and tell you that, he was, he deserved all the crap that he got, because he didn't. This was a human being. He was a solid director, in most of his endeavors. And I think even in what he created with Batman and Robin, he did what they were asking him to do well. It's,
as best he could under the,
it's a mess of a movie
prescription he was given.
That's not his fault. I don't feel like.
I'll give him this, even given the unexpected history of it. He kind of shut down the character for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
And I say but the product itself shut down the character for a minute. And it gave us, the space to give us something like the Nolan version. Mm-hmm. Which gave us space for the rest of this, which is how we got into the Snyder universe.
Yeah. And, as it's been noted and is being noted, on this day, appropriately, he was one of the first big openly gay directors. And he's, appropriately being recognized now as one of those people who were, adding in and normalizing LGBTQ plus themes and aesthetic into the mainstream Hollywood movies. So yeah, he definitely has something to add to the zeitgeist. And
yeah. This wasn't for nothing, and his legacy should not be bat nipples.
It shouldn't be. I think we should probably all just let that go at this point.
As fun as it is to joke about, yeah, he gave more than he gave us more than that, and hilariously later apologized for the bat nipples.
Mm-hmm. And he felt legitimately bad for that last entry at the very least. Yeah. So
anyway.
Well,
again, it's a theme we hit over and over again with the show is like Warner Brothers just they'll give you the world for half a second, and then as soon as you start doing something, rein you in and hamstring you.
Mm-hmm.
It's been their policy for a long time.
It's not their policy. Their official policy is we let artists be artists and directors be directors. And
yeah, so it's been their policy for a long time that's a fun code word, and then they just do what they want anyway. Honestly, like finally, and this is why I feel like you're so excited right now, is because in the new, we had a lot of hope for Hamada. He was saying the right things, and then between him and Jim Lee, it seems like we're in a different universe entirely. Yeah. This feels like everything we were promised 4 years ago.
And more. A whole lot more.
Yeah. And some doubling down.
4 years ago we were told the tone of the Flash doesn't match the tone of Snyder's film, so we're not going to connect those. 4 years ago, we were told we can't have more than one Batman show up on at more than one time, or at the same time.
Any character, really, especially Batman.
And now we're just in a new place altogether, and we do talk about that later on in the show.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we won't be talking specifically about Flashpoint and I keep wanting to say Richard Dean Anderson. It's not MacGyver. Jeffrey Dean Morgan. Jeffrey Dean Morgan. We're not going to talk specifically about him being Thomas Wayne in the Flash. We're not going to, because that happened after. But we did feel like we should come in and talk to you guys about this.
That guy has wanted to play that role for so long.
He has
been excited about it. Like, he's been on talk shows, just kind of giddy, and I've been rooting for him for a while. Him and Joe Manganiello, like, they both, to me, they had the same level of just, oh my God, I can't believe I have the chance to do this. And it all just got swept under the rug between 2017 and 2019.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're finally into some kind of weird place where, the world's gotten fucking weird and crazy and chaotic and just nerve-wracking in so many ways. And then DC, just of all things, is like, no, we got you. We're good.
Everything else goes backwards, and DC starts going forwards correctly now.
Yeah, it's honestly confusing.
Hilariously, Effie Ophelders, who you'll hear from in a minute, was when I posted this Keaton news. She said, "What is this world?" Man, and
I don't know. I don't care. I'm just glad it's here.
I so badly, because I keep seeing bloggers and so-called experts say things like, Matt Reeves' Batman isn't going to be connected to anything. He'll still remain unconnected. Dude, all I want is for Robert Pattinson to show up in this movie with Keaton and Morgan and just be like, what's up, dog? Just like, yes. I just kiss my ass. Just bring them all together. Yeah. Let's do it. And look, and
there's going to be like the dude from that one scene in Batwoman season 1.
Mm-hmm.
Just off on a screen somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
While they do all that. Because why the hell not?
Yeah, and we've got this fandom thing coming out. And let's just say that you should absolutely trust me when I say that I have a very strong feeling that news will be breaking regularly leading up to fandom. And I mean, why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it? I'm so excited. Please, just all the things. Shower me with the DC things. I want to know everything.
Yeah. Every part of me wants to be like, that sounds insane. There's no way. And just, no, I'm just going to be on board this time. This sounds fantastic.
It does, doesn't it?
It really, though, every single part of me is like, we've already gotten so much. There's no way they have anything else in store. But the ball is rolling at such a speed at this point that I don't even know how to gauge the momentum. I don't know when it's going to stop. It's insane. It's already insanity. And the idea that this is going to keep going. And then on top of that, in, a couple months, or less than a couple months, but, 6 weeks or so, we're going to get into the fandom thing and just, I don't even know what the fuck's going to happen there. But even the teasers for it are just fucking, nothing I would have ever expected a year ago, if you ask me.
No.
A year ago, we were basically just defending the idea that any of this should still exist.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God. If they announce that Jason Momoa and Gal Gadot are gonna be in Flash.
Yep.
Oh God. Zachary Levi. Well,
yep.
God.
Yep.
There's room for him. I'm thinking about Flashpoint now.
Yep.
Oh God, Henry Cavill. Oh, I want my little emaciated Henry Cavill in his government installation.
I don't know if you can emaciate him in CGI.
We've all seen Chris Evans in First Avenger.
True. It can be done.
We saw him in BVS when he's floating out in space. Remember?
Oh, I forget about that shot. Yeah, that was a huge call-out for the Dark Knight Returns shot.
I'm gonna watch all the movies tonight.
I don't know if you have enough time to be as excited as you are right now.
I don't. That's the sad thing.
I don't know. I'm just so happy for you. I am too, but, been a wet blanket as of recently. So, like,
Yeah.
but
Those days need to
traditionally,
be over.
yeah, traditionally though, you're very reluctant about stuff, and I don't know. We both have this thing going on where, like, we don't want to be too excited because shit may turn on us. But I don't know. I think this may be a point where we're just past that.
Mm-hmm.
Just fuck it. Let's go all in.
Yeah. Michael Shackelford messaged me and with the Keaton thing, and was like, "Is this real?" And I was like, "Yeah." I kind of explained it to him, and his response was splooge. I said, "Yeah, all the things I want seem to be happening," and he was like, "Well, just keep wanting awesome things, and let's see where that goes."
Yeah. Perfectly good advice. Every now and then he'll text me something, and it'll be like, if this news had been out there 2 years ago, I would have had to be like, "Yeah, that's not. Hold on, that's a clickbait thing. Don't listen to that."
Mm-hmm.
And then there are moments where, yeah, this sounds insane, but it's real.
Yeah, days like these, man. I'm constantly checking news feeds. Just like, what else? What else? What else?
Mm-hmm.
What else? What else? What else? What else? What else?
Mm-hmm.
And then you get stuff like this from comicbook.com. Michael Keaton's DCEU casting talk has fans debating the best Batman. Did that ever end? Is that really news?
No.
Did you not have enough news today, comicbook.com, with all the shit dropping? Did you not have enough news?
No, there's never enough. There always have to be comparative articles. It's just
Like,
that's a standard part of the format now. Like,
I know.
I'm so bored with it. I don't have enough emotional bandwidth for is so and so better than so and so. I don't care anymore. Do you like him or not? Okay, great, good for you.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like all this competitive bullshit. No, I want to see all of them together. That's my thing.
Yeah,
I'm perfectly happy with any Batman. I'm like, I've become like Zen in my fandom. I'm not angry at anybody being cast. Let's see what they do. You can cast that girl who sang with frickin' dude from Format and Fun. Whatever. Cast her as Batman.
let's see what the shit happens. Yeah,
Whatever, man. Let's see. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I don't remember her name, and I feel bad about that. She was the first person that came to mind, and it was kind of a weird choice. I'm going with it.
Yeah. Who's the next Superman? Emma Stone. Whatever. I don't give a shit. Let's see what this happens.
I'd watch that.
Actually, may not be the worst.
I'd watch that. Yeah.
I get it. These are fun times. Honestly, like, I'm so busy from moment to moment right now that I wish I had more time to sit down and do this kind of stuff. Like, I deeply want to go back and watch everything Keaton was involved in now.
I mean, it's just 2 movies.
Yeah, but I also want to watch Birdman and then some of the weird stuff. Like I would like to go back and watch that movie where he's in charge of those that bus full of ghosts.
I don't even remember that. I'll have to go back.
I remember that's the premise.
That sounds like a Robert Downey Jr. movie I know.
Oh, that is the Robert Downey Jr. movie. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
All right, so I was thinking of that, and Multiplicity was the other thing I was thinking of. What was I thinking of with Michael Keaton? Whatever.
Well, Multiplicity is a Michael Keaton movie, yeah, and it's a good one. No, what you need to watch is Desperate Measures with Andy Garcia and Michael Keaton. Michael Keaton is a serial killer who has the same rare blood type as Michael Keaton. As Andy Garcia, who's a cop.
Oh.
Andy Garcia's son has the same, or has this cancer, this like bone marrow cancer or something, and he needs a transfusion from Michael Keaton's character.
Mm-hmm.
But he, obviously Keaton has to give him permission, and he gives him permission, but then he breaks out. So it's like Garcia running around in the hospital that's on lockdown trying to like get to this like admittedly ridiculously buff Michael Keaton. I'm like watching him work out.
Michael Keaton.
Dude, I'm watching him work out in his prison cell and going, why didn't you do this shit for Batman? He's just fantastic. He's got this like, little southern,
seemed like it would solve it.
He's got this little southern drawl, and I've seen a lot of people give that movie shit, but I thought it was really great. I just love Michael Keaton though. He's just, he's got this little southern drawl. He's talking about like, he kills people because he can't imagine a world where it would matter. He can't imagine a God that would care. Like, oh my God, dude.
Oh, yeah.
He's so good.
I know that sentiment. It's a fine philosophical point.
I mean, he's just a badass. But also he's got a little bit of a, there's a little spark to him. There's some good in him. It's solid. It's a solid flick for the most part.
I could dig it.
Anyway, we're just kind of just gushing now. So
I also want to go back and watch all the Christopher Reeve stuff. Does it not feel a little bit like if that guy was still in good shape, alive and good shape, Horace accident aside, we might be having conversations about him too at this point?
Probably. Yeah, I think so. I mean, we would have had to have gotten over the part where he came out and said, like, there's always room for more Supermen. Let's not do the thing. And then everyone ignores him. They're like, no, you're the GOAT.
Yeah.
But which, Reeves, or Christopher Reeve, he gave his blessing to Tom Welling. He was involved with Smallville. Very
inclusive about his Superman, which is the most Superman thing you can do to me. And his take on the guy was always like, this is supposed to be somebody who's just there for you. Like, it was a very supportive version. Like, this is your best friend. This is somebody you look up to, but it's also someone who looks up to you, that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. In his head, the version of Superman that was actually in his head was one of my favorite versions in certain ways.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention that, in our lifetimes, we grew up and that was one of the first things we saw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But he specifically made room for, like, look, if people want to do other takes, it's Superman. He can handle that shit.
Yeah. But yeah, man, I'm just excited about everything that's coming. And, I can't wait to talk to more of you guys about everything. If you're into the toxic shit, and you don't think you're going to be changing your mind, just don't bother with me. But if you're excited about this or want to understand more why I'm excited about this, and you're not, that's fine. Let's talk about that. But, I think we should just go ahead and move on to the rest of the episode. It is a long one, and it just got a lot longer.
Yeah.
So,
like, in effect, we were trying for like 600 minutes of 600th episode.
Oh God. Is that what we were trying for?
Looking back now.
Anyway, yeah. Shall we return them to their, previously, scheduled Dave and Jason?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So yeah. So we just wanted to have a lot of our podcaster friends and people that we've met through the show, because you guys are really kind of the reason we wanted to do this in the first place. As far as the show, some of our listeners over the years have somewhat at times referred to like Squadcast or Fans Without Borders or whatever as our competition. Jason and I don't really see it like that. We're all, companions on a journey. We're not always up each other's asses. We get behind listening to each other.
The tide rises all ships, baby.
Oh, absolutely.
I did I did think it was important to honor you guys, honor you folks, and have you present, as many of you as we could. And I thought it would be fun as well. But seriously, without support from your peers, podcasting is way less fun. And we did enough of it early on. It's way better now.
We were alone for so long.
And it's way less of a growing experience. So I really do. I want to thank you guys, all of you, for your work and your feedback and your opinions. And it is weird to me. We've put out 600 episodes. This is the 600th episode. And I have guested on a ton of casts. I have 2 other podcasts. And it's still a weird thrill for me to hear my name and my podcast mentioned on Squadcast or Fans or Stealing the Remote or whoever, DCEU Minute. And I don't know. It's just it's a really strange and interesting thing. And I kind of want to talk about our journey a little bit and our journey together as podcasters over the last 5 years. I know, Chris, I know you haven't been doing it for 5 years.
Oh, but at times it does in those early editing days.
It does feel like that, yeah.
When you want everything to be perfect, and then you slowly realize that's a hell within itself.
Just a pipe.
Thank God I
don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. Perfection. What are you talking about? So anyway, for the people who are just joining us for some reason, when I call your name, please tell me a little bit about yourself and your show. We'll start off with Scott.
I am Scott McClellan. I am the co-founder and co-host of the Squadcast Media Network with the DC Films Squadcast, formerly the Suicide Squadcast. and I've actually been on the show twice. You've heard, and a third time that was lost to time. Damn you, Jason!
Damn Mike.
We did that crossover with Batman and Robin.
We've done so many upgrades over the
I know, right?
That was the impetus for one.
Actually, I tell you, I've been on 3 times because there was the Batman and Robin crossover. We went and saw that we recorded the Killing Joke in Dave's car. Or was that Jason's car?
Yes,
Whose car did we do Killing Joke?
I think it was Jason's.
My car.
Okay, it was Jason's car. We lost a review of Gotham by Gaslight. And then Dave, Bethany, and I went and saw Mask of the Phantasm when it was re-released on its anniversary. So
That's right.
I'll tell you that hiccup cost me several $100s in upgrades. I was done with that shit.
I just remember you guys texting me, and I was like having dinner at Arby's. And they're like, "Hey, can you do this?" Like, guys, no, I have kids. No, this is not happening. You had your window. It is closed.
It is done.
Yep. Effie.
Oh, what creature woke me at this ungodly hour? It's me. It's definitely me. It's definitely me who woke me up at this ungodly hour. It's 5:30 now. I've been up since 3:30, so yeah, it's early morning. Let's call it that. I'm Effie Ophelders. I founded the podcast Stealing the Remote on my own because I definitely had to convince my mother to watch movies with me that she would never pick. During the summer, I will probably be able to sort of soft reboot it with also some inclusions of a friend who is the only person I know at uni who is into the DCCW but has not seen much of the DCEU, which we will be discussing. So, there's some interplay there that can be interesting because she has lots to tell me that I should watch, and I have lots to tell her that she should watch. So,
nice.
That is probably what's in the future eventually once I can get people to fucking record with me because they don't have time. How do people not make time for this? It's wonderful. I make time for this at 3 a.m. Anyways, go on to the next person before I say more.
All right, Chris Balga.
Yes, I'm Chris Balga. My show is World's Finest True Believers, now part of the Geek Ultimate Alliance network. Been doing it pretty much just as a year. I've been doing my podcast. So, Dave, you've guessed it. Scott, you've guessed it. Dave, I remember it was quite an interesting episode.
For tomorrow.
Yeah, we're supposed to choose a comic book or arc or graphic novel from any publisher that we like, and I don't think we had a lot of like for that.
Yeah, it was. It is somehow apropos for me to choose a thing that I just don't like. I'm like, nope, I want to talk about the thing I don't.
Well, you
like.
had 2 choices, and you chose the thing. I haven't read this one. Maybe I'll have a different opinion of it. Nope.
Well, what was the other choice? Blankets by Craig Thompson? Oh my god, it's so good, but it's so big. It's such a big book, and I've reread it a bunch, but it's also pretty deep and gets pretty deep into religion and stuff in ways that I wish For Tomorrow had. So
it had a priest. It did have that.
Yeah, it felt like they were going for something. But anyway, yeah, I was just like, you know what? I need time. I need a lot of time to really, really latch on to Blankets.
Yeah, no, but Scott, we've done Fade Out, and
I was very pleased with the feedback we got because there were so many people that were like, "What is this book and how can I get it?" And I was like, "Yes, I have one."
Yes. But yeah, done about 31 episodes of it, and do another show on the network, Marvel Alliance with Travis Snell, and you guys have helped me get into podcasting, and Dave even designed my cover art for my show. So
Yeah,
he's actually really good at that.
He really is.
Thanks.
I even let him do it on our show.
Well, my sister did the DC on Screen, the current DC on. Well, kind of. I kind of modified her design now. But.
I mean, I never viewed you all in Squadcast ever competing. You were like one of the first geek shows I ever listened to when I started listening to podcasts. So much so that I've got that. What was it, the Mask of the Phantasm cover? Because that's just freaking amazing, hanging on my wall.
Yeah,
that was a good.
That was That was weird to see in that picture.
What can I say? I like Batman.
I mean, I get you.
We do like Batman.
It is weird. It's weird for me, just like hearing our name on a podcast or something. It's weird for me now through this podcast. Because of this podcast, I have seen people in completely different parts of the world have something that I had a hand in creating or messing with on their wall. And it is super weird.
Yeah,
it feels
you're
like
welcome.
a great time to mention, just because people are here and it's going to be weird that he's really good at this, and I'm grateful he's actually part of the show for that reason alone. He's got a talent for it. Go ahead, make him feel weird.
No.
It'll be fun.
Yeah. I don't respond to compliments, so we're moving on.
Yeah, just drive it in.
Yay, 600 episodes.
I've set the screw, just pull the trigger a little bit. It'll be fun.
I only respond to insults.
Is perseverance a compliment? Like, you kept this going for 600 episodes? Is that a compliment in and of itself? Or just, like, you have very, like, a lot of faith that it'll get better or something? Like, I don't know which one to do. I wouldn't know how to take that myself. Like, oh, you just kept going. Good job. Like,
well, we got that after 500 episodes, and we're still here. So
I was there for that. Like, I wasn't there live, but I sent something in. I know this. I remember this.
We sent something in too. I remember that. It was like, yay! Of course, I also love how love how your 5th anniversary episode aired right before the greatest. You know, it was the episode after your 5th anniversary that was the greatest opening ever. I have shared just the opening. I've told people, just listen to the first 5 minutes. If you listen to nothing else, just listen to the first 5 minutes.
I am very curious which episode this was.
Oh,
this is
Jason eating Hat and Crow. And
oh, that one. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Brilliant.
I was thinking of the episode after the 500, but the Justice League episode. My God. But like the Zack Snyder Justice League, because that's the only Justice League we talk about. That one. Yeah. No, that was a wonderful.
Oh my
sketch.
God, I laughed my ass off.
And then another
so
wonderful sketch, and I loved it. Yeah.
we put a lot of heart into that Maya Culpa.
I feel that's warranted. Like, that's justified.
And they going right into Dave's PSA, which was fantastic.
Oh my God, yeah. I was warned about that because I got the question of like, yeah, should we do a PSA for this? And I was like, yeah, sure. That's probably wise, like, just to be safe. And then he made it a very good PSA.
Yeah.
That's how you handle PSAs. This is why we listen to this podcast, for the PSAs. Anyway.
Is it? Damn, we should have been doing that. We've been here
5 years for that moment.
600 episodes, one PSA.
Yeah.
You guys were all listening for PSAs this entire time?
Well,
were
mostly for
it.
the Batwieners, but that's another story, so...
The Batwiener.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Been misguiding people the entire time. That was the first time.
Oh no, I've just been here like
contributed.
back channeling with Dave, totally like making fun of Jason, going, "Oh, just wait, the day is coming." The day. I was totally talking about you behind your back, Jason. I think I should admit that to you now on air. But I was just like, I was feeding Dave, because Dave was going to listen to me, and I was just like, Dave, just don't worry, the day is coming. The day is coming.
I'll tell you this. I kind of knew because I know Dave well enough to know. I know his tone of voice sometimes.
Fair enough.
So
and yet you ignored me.
I knew how far I was digging my foot in.
That doesn't make it better for you, man.
No, which was why when finally when the time came and I looked down at my foot that was dug into the sand and it was up to the bottom of my nutsack, I was like, oh, this makes sense. This makes sense.
Yeah.
I feel like I've gotten myself here, and
You did.
I'm going to apologize publicly.
And it's understandable. Like, it's the Jamie Drewley, I will believe it when I see the trailer for Young Justice Season 3. But, like, it's warranted to an extent. It's taken a very long time. But some faith is still appreciated. Some hopeful some inspiration, some thought, something. Just something.
Well, at least he didn't start deleting tweets like all the other ones. He owned up.
Oh, yeah. No.
Oh, my gosh, yes.
I always believed in the Snyder Cut. No,
Never going down that road.
No.
Like, I'm not a man of faith. I did this to protect myself, frankly. So, like, emotionally. I've had enough going on emotionally for the last 3 years. I didn't need to have this. That I was like, I understand how I work from a therapeutic standpoint. And I understand why I made the emotional decisions I made, but I
was invested as soon as the theatrical cut hurt me to my core, so I had no choice but to at least hope that things would get better, as I had to do during my depression. So it's very similar.
Yeah,
Been down that road.
I just chose to believe it was going to happen. I just did. I mean, I was like, I might as well go ahead and go down this path. I, bought into BVS wholeheartedly.
Oh,
I
yes.
bought into Suicide Squad wholeheartedly. No, I didn't love the third act of Wonder Woman that much, and then all of a sudden everyone's like, they hate Wonder Woman, burn them at the stake.
Please.
And
Yeah,
I'm
we
like,
got some of that.
We didn't hate it. We didn't hate it.
It was a very
like
positive
third act.
review. I listened to that review in my kitchen doing dishes. I remember that review.
Like, I am confident I have said worse things about Wonder Woman in an essay I wrote for a course on gender studies, just going through how it was very much post-feminism and white feminism and just like mainstream ass girl power instead of being actually subversive. So I have said worse things about Wonder Woman than most fans will admit to.
I don't know. Have you, as
fair.
long as you haven't gone Dr. Psycho's route at that point.
I did not call her out. No, I didn't go that far. So,
oh my god, have you guys seen the
yeah.
last episode? Because there's a spoiler of a great joke. Have you?
I might not have, because
I've seen
I'm
it,
usually up to date, but I had an exam today, so I was studying on Friday, so I haven't downloaded it yet.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
think.
I'll just say
but I might
this.
do that immediately
I watched
after
10
this
minutes
recording.
and I was like, I have to go to bed, but I enjoyed the 10 minutes I saw.
Oh.
Like, I
How
saw...
can you go to bed after just 10 minutes? I am so emotionally invested in this show. Like Harley, oh my god, like Harley and Ivy deserve
It's honestly
everything.
because I'm so emotionally invested. Because
That is
I'm like,
fair.
I'm getting tired and I want to remember
I need
what
to
I've
enjoy this, yeah.
seen. Yeah.
Fair enough.
I want to fully experience this and
I
I'm
need
starting
to feel the heartbreak.
Yes. Like my eyelids are starting to compete with me for screen time. I have to go.
Yeah.
I get that. I do. I also like, especially like when we've reviewed things positively, especially for me, it's been like when I have a thing, I try to see it as best I can. And, that comes with several qualifications. When there's not a thing, because of my makeup, I'll ignore it till it's happening.
Fair enough. It does make sense. It's just a shame to like... There's a difference between actually believing it'll happen and still being activist, Like... It's and that might be too current in these days, but like even if like somewhere deep down that the system doesn't change that easily and you have to keep pressure on and it takes a long ass time to get there, maybe 400 years, but you will like it's still worth having your voice out there, even if it's just for a movie you want to see. But
well, I mean, even
there's a higher goal, but there is the creative
precisely
freedom and
why,
everything.
like,
But
when any kind of I'm just happy for the people that actually made this happen. I wasn't one
of course, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was only one in the sense that I occasionally tweeted about it and was emotionally invested, but I did not. Like, I didn't do a whole lot except buy the t-shirts and I've been drinking port wine. The American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. AFSP. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
There you go.
I just have to think on this. I've just been buying the shirts and the hoodies and that's my investment in the cause, but beyond that, I've just been sort of Twitter active, but that's most of my activism. Like, I you can't always go to a protest and those are far away currently. So,
well, I mean, you look at your show and Squadcast and things like that. Like, I enjoyed and really loved BVS, and especially with the only edition that exists, the Ultimate Edition. And
yeah,
after all,
like, what were you talking about otherwise? That's it.
Yeah, but it was all the stuff y'all were putting out, like stuff that was out there. That was the only movie I could go back and rewatch and just say, I see the connections. I'm seeing more. Like, this is how it should be.
Like, I get people loving Man of Steel a lot, because I do too. But BVS is where, like, Dawn of Justice is where it gets bigger, where the universe starts to expand, and then I'm all in. Ironically,
it was
enough.
also
I was all in when I stepped into the theater for Justice League, but that movie does not exist. So,
oh, it's on HBO Max for just a minute. But Dawn of Justice is also where, like,
they're gonna have to put a contextual warning about that movie now.
Oh, yeah. Contextual warning. This may not include all content you need.
Yeah.
Well, Dawn of Justice still at BVS may not include the entire movie.
Oh man, no. Jim Lee's got a multiverse plan. Everything is valid and everything. You can choose whichever one you like.
Let's hope so. Like, if
for us, for sure, BVS was divisive. Like, we lost people.
Oh yeah, I mean that's given.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's interesting because we gained people.
JL,
like, we had people who came and found us because they were like, "Oh, you like this movie? Okay, awesome." It was.
I was probably already listening by that point, but like I might have been one of them, because I was definitely at the height of my fandom when BVS was about to come out, and like the hype was real, and then I loved the movie we got, and then that was the time I was like searching the podcast directory for more podcasts about DC, and that is how I found all of you. So there is that, that was the height of it, and then JL kind of did kill that. Like,
oh no, it didn't kinda. It did.
Mm-hmm.
Dave and I had a phone call one morning where we were like, okay. You want to. We're looking at our numbers. We kind of want to make a point here. We got a bar graph. You want to put together a bar graph? We're
like, how bad is yours?
Yeah. Jason did that.
I can give you a quick rundown if you want to.
It nearly killed.
And
like,
it has some talking
it's
points
so
to
bad.
it that will be fun. So Man of Steel, we're going to call that 100% because that was 100% of our views. Now, by the way, when we put up Man of Steel, that was in the release date was 6/4/13, and we started recording a couple years later. So like, that was already out, and it was already
just an old review.
I mean, it was well.
Basically.
I think our Man of Steel review was like our 5th or 6th episode that we did.
It was early,
6.
and I went back to listen to it because you guys were like, "Yeah, you should listen to that." And then I went back for the Dark Knight Rises review. Very different.
3 hours of us explaining why we hate that movie.
Exactly, loved it. You recommended that to me in some episode, and I was like, "Oh, you guys hated that? I need to listen to this."
It did not resonate with us. Let's put it kindly.
That is, let's be like politically.
But we posited that The Dark Knight might be the best Batman movie.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh yeah, that was a solid Batman movie, but it did not forgive the sins of its predecessor. Or
it's the best. It's the best Batman movie. I still go back and forth like between Dawn of Justice and The Dark Knight of which one is my favorite. But like in terms of a Batman movie, you go Dark Knight. That's fair. That's like. Yeah. It's not the most accurate costume and the most accurate aesthetic and blah, 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 but it's the most accurate Batman, and, like, you cannot pass by Heath Ledger without going, that's what we strive for still. Like, that's what we want to do. Something that iconic.
In terms of how it hit, for sure. We, all right, to get...
Sorry, did I derail you? Oh yeah,
no, I was just
Man of Steel was.
I was distracted by the confusion of our chart. If Man of Steel is 100%,
yeah,
we went up 711% from Man of Steel to Batman vs Superman.
Me as fuck. Yes, that is.
I mean, it was just a very different atmosphere entirely.
Absolutely.
And on top of that, we in our numbers, we lost people. So this is just movie to movie, and didn't include the television side. So
yeah,
we lost people on television, but we went from Man of Steel to Batman vs Superman, and we went up 7-11. So Suicide Squad, we went up another 116% on top of that. So really just.
And that's impressive because it was at an all-time high. Like, it was the excitement of a universe is building. And we're getting even
it was also
something
after
as
the universe had
out
fractured.
there as a Suicide Squad. So those were the days, man. And I hope those days will return in a sense. But
we'll see.
I feel like they kind of have.
Yeah,
because after that,
we've rebuilt.
After that, we go to Wonder Woman. 64% of the previous. So all of these numbers are not percentage of the original 100. They're percentage of the previous.
Yeah, no,
percentage.
of course.
So,
yeah, it still increases. Yeah.
So 64% of Suicide Squad goes into Wonder Woman. So basically, our chart is up, hugely up, little up, way down. And then we go to Justice League, 289. So Scott and Tim had a very different reaction as far as their numbers on the actual downloads of
the
Justice League
review. Yeah.
Honestly, I just think we just had... I think there was a lot of rubbernecking going on listening to our review of it. I don't know how to explain it. Like, we had a spike going out of that, but it didn't last. So you go back, and then the next episode, we're at 21%. And then the next episode below that, we're at roughly 25% of the Justice League numbers. And roughly below that, it's about 19% for Birds of Prey. Like,
Jesus.
We experienced a small bump in the Justice League numbers. And best I can tell, it has to do with just...
curiosity, just like, what did they think? Like, am I right in hating this? That sort of curiosity. Like, yeah. Like, what do the fans think of this shit? Like,
again, rubbernecking, I think, to some extent. But then after that, if you just look at our numbers, like, with the Justice League out of the way, it's just Man of Steel at, we'll call that 10% for graph purposes, and then 90%, then 100, 110, then like 80, then like 60, and 65, and then like 45.
That's such a shame, especially because I love Birds of Prey. Like, that movie deserved so much better of a reception than it got, and then it got cut off by the whole COVID situation. But like,
it wasn't going anywhere after that anyway.
Yeah, maybe fair. Like, it was dying, but it didn't help. Like, it always has, like, those last few weeks that at least get a couple million in. It doesn't matter to us, but it does matter to, like, some sort of financial security for whoever is in charge. So, but...
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
it deserves a lot
shame. More. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
God, that was great.
Like, practically, it maybe lost a couple million, but it was...
Yeah, sure.
The legs were down.
Yeah, and they changed the title, and it worked out okay. And it wasn't what they expected or hoped, but it was, like, in terms of quality, it was just a really well-made film, a really fun ride. And I am not one to go, "Ooh, fun is better." Like, I'm not that type, obviously, because I'm a Dawn of Justice type of person who is like, what the fuck was Justice League? So we've established that. And for me to be able to enjoy, like, it's dark and fun in a very good way is just, that's high praise, because I adore that film. But yeah, it's not even Suicide Squad fun. It's just very, very good and fun, and still pushes boundaries, and it's delightful. It's wonderful.
I hope it's still canon when the Ayer cut comes out.
Yeah, I think it will probably. Like, how? Like,
as a guess, I think
how
it will
it can contradict it. Like, it's fairly ahead of it. Like, it calls back to a bit of history we saw in Suicide Squad, but that's about it. Like, beyond that, it's okay. It's not gonna change a whole lot, I don't think, unless the Ayer cut is really different from what I think it is.
I mean, it might change significantly with Joker and Harley's story, but.
Yeah, but like, if the Ayer cut already establishes a breakup, that would be a break in continuity. But
right. Well, I mean, to be fair, how many times did they break up in the Batman animated series?
Fair enough.
But if I remember correctly, Ayer did say that Birds of Prey was supposed to be the emancipation of Harley Quinn.
Of course. Like, that is probably how it started, and that's the idea of the film, and that works. So even if the breakup doesn't happen quite the way it happens in Birds of Prey, but she's already sort of chosen her family in the Suicide Squad instead of going with him at the end of, like, the third act, that's okay. That works.
I hope that shitty line about family isn't in the Ayer cut, because that's just one thing that always stuck with me.
Yeah. Like, that is fine as symbolism. It's not fine to call out because it's, like, cringy, but I get that.
Like,
I haven't watched
have known each other
Suicide
for like a
Squad in
week.
a while. Yeah. Exactly. Like, oh, you've seen some friends explode their heads and beaten some monsters up, like that builds a bond, right? Yeah.
You're not a family until you see a misogynist get his head blown off. And
exactly.
You've drank
a couple of shots in a bar.
Oh, darn.
That's most of my family reunions.
I wish.
I mean, maybe we came from different places, but
your misogynists get their head blown off? Because, like, I'm coming over right now. If that's what Alabama's like, ooh, count me in.
A lot of woods, and, we can hide things.
Oh, okay, good. I'm thinking of Swamp Thing now, but that's Louisiana, so it's like, you can hide a lot of things in different ways. It's
mostly woods. Yeah. You're gonna have to dig. It's not as easy to toss
exactly.
something.
It's not as wet. That's a shame, but we'll manage. Like, I'm fine with digging a hole. It's like I've done manual labor before. It's fine. What were we talking about again?
I don't know.
I shouldn't have asked. Sorry. That's on me. That's on me.
Oh, I was saying that, like, I feel bad and I feel stupid about it now, but we really did. Jason and I bought into everything Warner Brothers was saying about Justice League.
You weren't the only ones, by the way. So.
Exactly. Yeah. It's part
and
of it.
Had
I
to do
probably
with
did
the
on some
suicide
level.
part of it. Like, I didn't want to diminish the. I wanted to buy the story that everything was copacetic.
Mm-hmm.
Because the alternative was not something that I don't know.
We like Zack Snyder. We like Jeff Johns.
Yeah.
We didn't want to believe we like Joss Whedon.
Yeah, and I also just didn't want to believe that Warner Brothers was taking advantage of Snyder's family situation to do
that's
anything.
still gross. But in the same breath, I wasn't like, I haven't watched Whedon's shows. I've just, like, mostly seen the Avengers stuff, and after Age of Ultron, I was pretty much like, that wasn't great. What did I just watch? But I did go into the theater for Justice League going, well, I hope they meant what they said. I hope this is indeed, like, I can see some of Zack's vision, and they just lighten it up a bit here and there. But that was not
it seemed
what
like
we
that
got.
at times, but looking back, the other thing that I bought at the time, and looking back, shouldn't have, like, bringing in Joss Whedon because he does have a pretty good pedigree for superheroes.
Yeah.
He made sense. And
they did just say that they were bringing him in to, like,
he was just going to
write some dialogue.
He said, they all said, we're doing this because we need some additional scenes, some dialogue, some tiny tweaks, but it's all fitting Zack's vision and it's fine. And he's just the best. But it's so obvious a choice of, like, we want Marvel. Like, that's what we want. And that was just so on the nose that it's still ridiculous we didn't see how bad of an idea it was to just go, yeah, can you do that again? But, like, we have some shots already, so, like, you're gonna have to reshoot a lot of it and make it fun, but, like, in a way that still fits. But yeah, you're not gonna be able to do that, so do whatever. It's just an absurd concept still.
But you know, how many Marvel movies have you seen? Pretty much all of them that you go, oh, that was better than Justice League.
Oh yeah,
like,
absolutely.
Jason and I liked Justice League, but it was also a situation of, like, yeah, we were around in 2002 when superhero movies started being made.
Yeah.
I believe, like, I'm pretty sure, and I haven't listened to it, we came off as positive on our show, but I'm pretty sure there were several instances where we said, it's not that damn bad. That's a far away from this is the greatest movie ever.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's when you know you have a big problem on your hands. It's not that bad.
Yeah.
And I wasn't around for like the early days of superhero movies. Like I saw the Spider-Man movies on a plane when I was like 8, probably. So that dates me. But in the opposite direction of when that phrase is usually used. But
I was in college.
I saw Spider-Man 2 on a plane, and I adored it, but I didn't know there was more, you know? That was those days. We got the trilogy on Blu-ray, and that was like, Blu-ray was new at the time. So everything was still like, my parents weren't divorced back then. Back in the day. But it's just so different when you like look at the shit now, and I know I've seen so much good stuff, and like even the Guardians 2 type of stuff that I didn't like as much, is still, I didn't dislike it as much as I did Justice League, but just because of the expectations I had of it being on the level of Dawn of Justice, of continuing that legacy, of like going forward with that story, of building that epic out into what it could have been. And I'm glad in a sense that we're getting a version that might be even longer than we ever would have gotten in a Blu-ray release as an Ultimate Edition or whatever, just because that might satisfy even more of my wants than it would have otherwise.
Yeah, I don't think I ever really felt like, after the BVS reception, I never felt like Justice League was going to be that 2-part thing that Zack... No. I never thought Zack Snyder wasn't being screwed with in some way.
Sure.
Like I didn't think it was going to be...
I knew that, but I didn't want to believe it fully until I like saw what had changed and what it had become, and then I was like, yeah, this is clearly not what I was hoping for.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting Snapchats from people at 6 a.m. What the fuck are they doing?
They're recording podcasts.
Of course.
Am I crazy? But why is now Robin and Snyder trending when this was kind of known for a while?
Because here's what happened. Somebody, the people who asked the question for the umpteenth time, that if you'd paid attention back in April of 2018, he already answered this.
Yes.
I think the only thing that makes it, quote, news, and I'm using air quotes here, is because he also followed up with the fact that there was going to be a reference to Robin in Justice League.
Yeah.
So the suit, seeing the suit in BVS wasn't going to be the end of that, which in my mind is like, well, no shit. The suit's on display in the cave. Mm-hmm. I'm sure there's going to be a Justice League member or two when they're in the Batcave. They're going to look at that suit
and go, what the fuck happened?
Exactly.
Here? Yeah.
Right. And yeah, when you told me on Twitter, when you showed me that screenshot about Carrie Kelly, I was like, oh, I remember all of that now. Like, the Carrie Kelly totally just like jogged my memory. But yeah, I thought all of this had been said.
The only thing that hadn't been said was the fact that, of course, it being Snyder, you think he was going to put that in BVS and then just drop it? No, it was supposed to be just like, so that's the news part of it. And of course, you've got some idiots who haven't been paying attention since April of 2018 who missed the first time, who missed the first wave, and that's something that that we've talked about, like on the vodka streams that I've been on. We just got to be prepared for. There's a whole new segment of the population that are going to react to things that we've known for the last two plus years. Yeah. That
in a sense, I'm jealous of those. Like, just getting to watch Zack Snyder's Justice League and going, "What the fuck? The dark side,"
But we've got people who are reacting to news that this is, we are going to react to it going, well, no shit, Sherlock. But we've got to realize that for a large segment who weren't paying attention until the announcement happened, that all this stuff is going to actually be new information for a whole host of people. So there needs to be, I feel like for fans, there needs to be a certain amount of grace. And, like, you don't need to attack this with a certain level of snark, only because you've got to acknowledge that there are some people who either, A, weren't paying attention until the announcement was made on May 20th, or over the course of the 2.5 years, checked out because of they were tired or the drama or the infighting or all of that. That now are getting information presented to them that this is probably the first time they've ever heard it. So I feel like there needs to be a certain amount of, that's right, some of you are just, some of you are catching up with the rest of the class. Okay, I get that. And I just look at it and go, with the people on my timeline who I know already know this stuff, it's like, just chillax, Netflix and chill, and, or HBO Max and chill, and like we'll all be good.
That'll be a new thing.
Yeah. We'll all get there. We'll all get there at 2021. But the actual quote news about all of this is the fact that yes, that was not going to get dropped. There, the plot point was going to be Easter egged again in Justice League. It's kind of like saying, yeah, there's going to be a lot more nightmare scenes in Zack Snyder's Justice League. You don't say.
Oh,
really? You don't say. Okay.
Nightmares?
Oh, it didn't just end there, because I thought it was
bad
just
dreams
to get into
or nightmares.
I thought it was just supposed to get to the end of the loading screen somehow. Like, that was all it was. Like, it's just a dream, right? We didn't have theories for years after that.
When you bring up the word screen, that's actually a good idea. So, if someone said, like, oh, you know how the movie universe blue screened, that would be picked up later. Like, yeah, there's no point in the snark of the whole thing, but yeah, of course. You know how you were watching the other movies, and then you watch this movie, and then you watch the other movie behind that, and then there were whole things that just got fucked off and GTFO'd and yeeted into eternity. Yeah, what if instead we just did that and gave you that?
Yeah.
You don't have to be snarky about it. Just be positive about it. Just say we're doing this and put it out. It'll be fine.
And to your point,
they yeeted it. Sorry.
No, to your point, Scott, it's almost like, this is a good thing that people are like, I've never knew this. This is so awesome. It's bringing more people to our camp.
Right, or it's getting conversations, or it's people going, what, they killed Dick Grayson? It's like, yes, welcome to the WTF moments. This is all part of, for my mind, this is all part of kind of the hype leading into 2021 is, I'm loving about theorizing the fact that this is actually happening. What is Zack Snyder's Justice League actually going to look like? Especially, am I getting the 4+ hour movie? Am I getting the 6-chapter miniseries? What's going to be in it? How much is he going to go back to the original plan? How much can he go back to the original plan? What possibly could come after it? Like, these are the conversations that I'm enjoying and that I've got enthusiasm for. And I keep on saying it's like I'm back in 2016 again, and I'm loving that the theories and the news and the things, but we've got to also accept that there's a whole host of people out there who weren't part of our kooky little corner that we're like, welcome. Let's fill you in on 2.5 years of crap that we found out, and
it cannot possibly be explained in a tweet.
Oh no, because trust me, it's like I get people who ask me about my podcast, and I say, well, it's been really great since the Snyder Cut, and it's like, oh God, how do I do this in 5 minutes? There was like no way to explain this in 5 minutes.
No elevator pitch. There's no way.
You just sit them down, put a blanket over the thing. It's going to be okay. Here's some coffee. We're going to be here for a while.
Well, for me, it's like I just can't wait till Sean.
You know how many times
Sean O'Connell's book comes out and goes, "Here, just read the book. Just read the book." I can't.
I've had so many conversations that have ended abruptly because someone said, like, well, I mean, I watched Batman vs Superman. I mean, what do you think? How much time do you have?
You want me to go into this?
There's about 100 hours to be talking.
Yeah, we'll
about
watch
this.
the Ultimate Cut, and then we're going to watch Excalibur, and now you're going to see a lot of total line screw job.
Yeah,
and then we're going to watch the entire BBC Merlin series for juxtaposition.
I have a friend who has been binging that, and she was very into it. But I still have to see
Tell them
Excalibur.
to stop now.
Oh no, she's
haven't made it past
already.
the first episode because there's so much Arthurian stuff it gets quote wrong because I know the way the legend's supposed to go.
I know the Arthurian things can get weird here and there, but it's not even close.
To be fair, Scott, that's what a lot of comic book fans say about Snyder's
And you know
version
what?
of,
and that's the point.
DCEU.
But you also don't see me. Do I spend all day, every day, telling Merlin fans that they can't watch and enjoy their show? No, I just.
Well, first you'd have to find some Merlin fans.
No, I'm the one. I'm the one who's watched all of them, and I can tell you, watch the first episode and the last episode. Call it a day. Just call it a day after that. You're good.
Man. But my wife loved it.
And even then, you're going to be mad at the last episode.
But talking about the elevator pitch, Jason, this happened at a family party on like Saturday night. Someone asked me, and another person moseyed on in.
Terrible.
And my wife just looked at them and went, "Thank you. So he can talk about this with someone else." Good. She just sat there like with a smile on her face going, "Someone else gets to listen to this." She calls it putting a quarter in that jukebox.
I've done this a couple times. Like, all right, so my wife's a fundraiser. We have we go to her events several times a year. Clearly not this year. So I have not been called on for this kind of thing. But I have appropriate attire and in a closet to go out for this kind of thing when it comes. So back in, let's say, 2019, when that was more regular, we would go out to certain events, and mostly I just say hi and try to do my best to be personable and say hi and all that stuff. You know, normal party things with a bunch of people that you have never met before.
And then quietly under your breath going, "You missing Flash tonight?" What? Nothing.
And then I did exactly the thing Dave said. At the last
Crisis,
one,
right?
And fall, and I found my people. Suddenly, I had a few people around the table who were like, "Oh my god, yeah, I want to be at home right now." It actually, like, there was a group of us that were like, "Oh my god, we're missing Crisis," and we were worried about it. Like, we were mad about it a little bit because the events did not match the time. This was the biggest event in television history in certain ways, and we were at some fundraising event where we could have just done this next week when it was all over.
What got me was the fact that getting the Ezra Miller cameo spoiled for me on Vero. It's like, no one ever talks about the CW on Vero. That's supposed to...
Yeah.
I stayed off Twitter.
I'm sorry.
I knew to stay off Twitter. But Vero?
I am so...
Yeah.
Like, I am
Twitter,
so
that
grateful
me,
that I came to that event as a virgin, and it was incredible. I mean, I screamed, I cried, like, literally, tears down my eyes. I cried.
I did the same thing, and I was spoiled on Instagram. I saw a video on Instagram of Ezra meeting Grant, and I just squealed and tears, and my wife was like, "What's wrong? Is your back okay?" Because I have a tendency to scream because my back is in pain. And no, I was just like, "I can't tell you."
God, I watched it downstairs. I screamed so loud. My wife said, "What happened?" I said, "You don't understand."
I cannot explain the importance.
And it could have been, you don't understand, I put a nail through my thumb. Now. Yeah.
Now that's a good question though. Do you like? I'm very interested to see what you guys say, because with Jim Lee supposedly having this big master plan, do you guys think that this Ezra Grant debacle is canon with Snyderverse, or is it pre-Snyderverse, Snyder Cut? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter yet because it was such a short cameo, just a meeting, and we have no reference of him of Ezra in universe going.
Well, he does say that like towards the end as he's fading away, I told Vic this.
I told Victor this was possible.
Yeah. So it's post
He
Snyder.
and
That's
he
true.
isn't named yet. The big thing for me will be to see if he is named Flash in the Snyderverse proper, because
as soon
he
as
showed
that
up on the
happens, it's like,
television
ooh. Yeah.
I'm waiting to see
That will be
if something
incredible.
gets brought up in his solo movie.
Fair.
That's what I'm not because obviously Zack Snyder's Justice League has already happened by the time that scene happens.
Was ever,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah. And it's also going to happen in a slightly tangential universe to whatever's happening right now in a way. We don't know where the overall movies, like Aquaman 2, Wonder Woman 84, all that. We don't know exactly where it's going to land yet.
Well, Jason Momoa said that Aquaman happens after Snyder Cut.
Yep.
He actively said it's after Snyder Cut.
Because we've seen the
Justice
photos
League.
that show him having a conversation
But then there's
with,
the Trident.
with Mera and Volko, where they said this was them warning him about Orm, and he says, I'm going to go home and see my dad. And what is he doing at the beginning of his movie? He's going, he runs into that submarine with Black Manta and his dad on his way home, because after he fights on the submarine, he's back at Amnesty Bay. It works.
Yeah. I'm perfectly happy with that continuity.
Because if you look at how the movie possibly can play out, and I think we've now once again vodka streams, and this got brought up, is that at the end of Justice League, all the heroes were going to be able to kind of go off on their own adventures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you do need to, explain the vodka streams to me, because I have apparently missed out on this for some reason, which must
Basically,
mean my
a bunch
timeline
of
is very
knowledgeable
busy, but
people have a bunch of drinks
On YouTube.
and then record it.
It's Dave the Film
It's
Junkie,
Dave the Film
right?
Junkie. Yeah, he does a live YouTube stream every Friday night starting at about 11 Central, because he's on the West Coast, and he'll normally talk to his fans, have a guest on, and then he has the panel. And of late, I have become a regular contributor on the panel, along with people like Stephen Colbert from Screen Rant, Chris Wong Swinson from Ping Pong Flicks. There's just a group of us who know things, and we talk about things.
Yeah. I mean, you are, as we referred to it in the 90s, as a Mac Daddy pimp, Scott.
Hey, you've benefited from Mac Daddy Pimp, so I'd be careful about.
I know I'm not throwing shade.
No depredation there. Yeah.
No,
Nothing but love.
God, that was strange and defensive.
Dave has also been to my man cave before, so he's seen.
I have.
He has seen the mecca that is my basement.
Seeing the sweetness.
and your wife came home while I was down there, and it was like she had a look on her face when she saw me, like, oh no, he's growing people now. He's growing more of him down here.
Oh, it's finally happened.
She wasn't expecting me. I felt bad about that.
Oh, it's fine. My kids were also like, hi, we're going to go watch our thing now. Bye.
Yeah. But yeah, Scott, you guys were talking about being, those of us who've known certain things for 2 years need to be nice to everyone. I request that you remain calm with me as I message you and go, did we know that? I thought I knew that. Did I know that?
Oh, no. Because
I have shit memory. I don't know.
Right, well, you've always joked about the fact that literally, you can publish an episode. I will comment on something that you say in the episode, and you're like, huh, what? And I was like, I'm talking about the episode that just published today. Oh, yeah, I forgot that. So don't worry. I will be very patient with you, because I understand you, Dave.
And I might have just
no
missed
memory.
some things in between. Like, it's been a while. Like, so there's no shame in having not remembered every single bit of news that ever came out in those 2.5 years.
Yeah,
like,
my only problem is I remember all of it. I just can't keep the timeline straight. It's like, I'll remember that I knew this. The only question becomes, and of course, it's Tim likes to joke. Okay, there's a difference between when we knew it and when everybody else knew it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, rub it in, you and your
No, I
sources,
still remember.
damn you.
I still remember the DC on Screen episode when the Dark Side mural picture posted, and Jason was like, "Damn them, they have principles."
We have none.
I respect the dissemination of information, how it should be done.
But I still detest it.
It's like every time when you were talking about the stuff on the set when EW put on or Empire put on, it's like, yeah, we know stuff, but yeah, we're not going to talk about it. I was like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Oh, well.
Like I spent most of my life I've spent most of my life admiring academia, if not being a part of it when I was. So yeah, like I respect the corroboration, the whole like the idea of like a couple like sources, citations, all that. That's important to me.
Yeah.
So yeah, like when we have access to that kind of thing, it makes me so happy that we have actual access to sources like that. Actually, it matters. It matters.
It really does matter.
It does.
Because what it also does...
We live in a world of clickbait.
It's like when Dave said, it's like, did we know this? You know, are we supposed to know this? It's also helpful when you can go, all right, that's bullshit. You know, it's... Because you would not know how many times I'm scrolling my timeline going, crap.
Nah.
No. I know for an double A fact that's a bold-faced lie. Moving on. And because I also don't engage with it. I just look at it and go, okay.
No, that's
cute.
most of what we've done is like, I swear 80% of pre-production for every episode we do is just doing the whole, well, we're going to ignore this headline from, I'm not even going to name a website, but yeah, like most of what we do is just shuffling out. This is bullshit.
Oh, I mean, on Super Civil Servants on Friday nights, I literally said I don't even refer to certain bloggers by name because I will not give them the clicks and I will not give them the satisfaction.
Right.
Goddamn right.
Oh, no.
Exactly.
There are certain people that
Good
say,
call,
did you hear
man.
what so-and-so said? Oh, it's so-and-so.
Yeah.
Ignore that. Stop. Just ignore
who
that
said it?
completely.
Okay, we're done here.
Yeah. Like in academia, you source everything, but sometimes it's better just not to give anyone a platform. Like some people don't need the reference.
Yeah, I get it. I hear Cappy is gone now.
Yes, well, at least he's...
Is he gone?
Well,
Got
He's on
did
Twitter.
we ruin him?
suspended from Twitter, I think.
Untwittered.
What did he do?
Indeed, flat part.
he existed.
He went
Fair
too
enough,
far.
but, like-
If that couldn't have been possible earlier.
Fair enough. But I mean, J.K.
I-
Rowling went too far a couple of times, and she's still there. So
Well, Harry Potter, and there we are.
I mean, I don't know. I don't follow the Harry Potter. I know everyone's up in arms about Rowling and whatnot, but I try to follow the things that I care about, like in
That is
terms
fair.
of like, DC stuff. I don't even follow Marvel stuff because I just like to go to the movies and be like not spoiled for some reason, like, oh, hey, look at this. I didn't know that Valkyrie was going to be in this movie. Cool.
Yeah. Imagine a world where you just went to a movie and were excited and astounded by things you saw.
Yeah.
Long
I
time
go
ago.
to a
It's
Marvel
really
movie.
hard in an environment of all the people we're talking to right now. It's really hard to actually have that experience. It's
oh, no. I've had
difficult.
plot points ruined for me in these movies because of the fact that I do a podcast. If I did not do a podcast, I would... I knew who Ares was in Wonder Woman the whole time.
that sucks.
Oh,
Yeah.
it sucked so. And I was wondering, like, is it a rumor? And then as I'm watching the movie, because I'm a smart individual, I'm going, oh, it's totally him. Like you could just.
It's definitely that.
Like
person.
it was just like if someone plants
and
the
they name it like an hour in,
right.
Yeah, no, I had my suspicions, but I was not spoiled on it. I just remember being there like, yeah, it's not going to be the guy who is obviously evil. It's going to be someone else. And he was the main suspect, but yeah.
And denial doesn't work anymore. It makes it worse.
No.
Yeah.
No, it can't be this. Nope, pushing reality. Wait, nope, reality keeps on shoving its way back into it.
kind of the annoying part. You have to keep track enough and try to like hold back enough that you don't necessarily have all of the information.
I'm really good about being spoiled about things and then convincing myself that I heard it wrong.
No,
until I literally forget what actually I found out.
You're gaslighting yourself.
I will gaslight myself. I will like second guess myself and make sure that like I create like several different possible versions of what I heard until like I don't know what the spoiler was.
It's precisely the same mechanism I use. Yeah, it's gaslighting yourself with like, well, I don't know. I mean, because I've heard this before and I heard that again the other day, and I don't know. I mean, it could be Doomsday. It could be Ares. I don't know. I mean... I don't know what's happening right now. I mean, Cheetah could look like that, or she could look like. Have you seen the Lego movies? Or
yeah, but yeah, well, it is a vastly different thing for me. It's like it is as different as I will go to a Marvel movie and say, "Oh, I didn't know this person was even involved." Sit there with a big grin on my face the entire time. Go to a DC movie, I'm going, "That's not a Fabian shot."
Yeah.
So it's I'm like, oh yeah.
Yep.
This isn't that cinematographer. Oh, this is where they cut this out. Like it's disconcerting for me. Like I saw every mustache scene in Justice League.
Because it was every time the man spoke in Justice League. That's
God.
Painful.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I just like
Because
it when
of
my
course
wife
they
actually
had to
caught on
reshoot
to it.
the
It was the
scenes where
first
he
time she'd
talked,
ever
yeah.
seen it. And she's like, "What's wrong with his face?" I'll tell you after.
Honest to God, if I was teaching like an intro to psych class, I could use that as, well, this is cognitive dissonance. Like, you could just look at it and be like, all right, you see how his lip is supposed to look? Okay. You see how it looks now? Okay. That is cognitive dissonance.
these two things do not.
Your brain's trying to make them the same thing, and they're not. And that feeling you have, that frustration, that's a real thing.
Well, it's kind of like when I talked about the ADR in Birds of Prey when they changed the Diamond plot line. It felt off. It wasn't until I watched it the second time the same weekend that I went, the person talking, they're either not on screen or you can't see their lips. I see how this works now.
That might be why I didn't notice it, because I totally don't know where to look for it. Like, if you pointed it out to me, I'd never see it the same way again. But I am fairly certain
no one
I
had
just
to point
missed
it
that.
out to me. I just realized I just when I was watching the second time, when I was thinking about the Diamond plot being altered, all I had to think of where are the scenes where they talk about what's in the Diamond. And when you watch,
and that's clever.
And when you watch those two scenes, it's like Montoya's not on screen, and you can't see Sionis's lips. There you go.
I just remember, I wasn't very aware of the rumor because I had fallen off Grace Randolph a long time ago. So I was just like, it was supposed to be something else? Okay, sure, cool to know, but I was fine with the plot as it was. I don't know if it mattered much, you know?
All right, Scott, Mr. Source, is there a Yan cut we have to worry about?
You heard it here first.
I don't know about, I mean,
because we're there for it.
I would be there for it because I really feel like Huntress got the shaft in that movie because of the change to the plot. I think that there was definitely. I don't think if there's a Yan cut, or if there is, that's something we can. That'll come even later. I think that the studio was nervous, and then Grace Randolph spoiled that, and then that was just kind of the. They were already kind of teetering, and that just kind of push them off the cliff. Like, nope, we're going to change that.
In general, the studio has to quit being nervous. That's just the main point of everything we've learned throughout the years.
That is Warner Brothers when it comes to DC films since 2016 is...
In a nutshell,
executives at Warner Brothers need to stop being so frickin' gun-shy.
And you guys were talking about this earlier before we were even recording. You were talking about like putting out the trade paperbacks and stuff. Like, oh, you got to buy the shitty thing before they actually put out the good version of it. And I was like, that just sounds like Warner Brothers to me.
Yeah,
fair enough. Fair enough.
Did a lot of us will remember the scene in Office? I think directed by Harold Ramis, where Pam is the one who walks across the coals.
Yep.
I have not
Warner
seen
Brothers
the entirety
needs
of
to
The Office.
Pam it up.
Well, it's just, I think we've all kind of said it. It's like, again, don't try to be Marvel. The more you try to be Marvel,
Yeah.
the more you screw things up
No,
at that
do
point.
your movies.
Marvel
And in
stopped being Marvel like 4 years ago.
Exactly, but also...
In all
like,
fairness, they
what
started the whole thing. I mean, like, Blade was one of the first.
Of course.
the modern
but what
era.
we...
Actually, as
But in
far
the
as we're
same breath,
concerned,
it's-
When DC started doing their thing, do your fucking thing.
yes.
Yeah, but they also, like, some things that they did, like setting up something by going nightmare scene, like saving something from for a later movie. That stuff Marvel did too, and we applauded them for it. We were like, oh, we saw Claw? He's gonna return, you know? Once they get to Black Panther in 5 years, that's gonna be cool. And it was. But we didn't have that patience. Like, apparently, the world doesn't, like, want a second brand to succeed and doesn't want that to be as successful. And
Oh
then
no!
goes, it's not as good as when they did it.
disastrous. They tried to release a slate in the DC
My God.
universe.
I remember the time
We
we
should
had a
already
slate.
have had like a Green Lantern movie.
Oh
by
my
this
God.
No, the
point.
slate should be done by now.
Yes.
Yeah.
If they had just let Snyder do whatever the hell he wanted to do,
He would have been done. They
we would
could
have been
continued
into
on.
phase 2,
Everything would have
as
been great.
DC would have called it.
Yeah. Oh,
Exactly.
Or they could have just rebooted it. I mean, when you know
Of course.
that his 5-film arc is going to end with him killing Batman,
You're going to reboot that.
Wait,
at the very
DC's
least.
going to
Yeah.
reboot something? What?
I know it's not like DC. I don't know
would've thought?
invented the whole concept of they did it back in the Silver Age.
Just have Barry go back in time and go, damn it, Barry.
I mean,
Yeah, but in
that's
terms of
DC.
movie division,
We live in a world
also
where
have-
there's a teenage Superboy in the early
Oh.
like 50s, I think.
Yes.
No, but like in terms of movie division, we went Warner Brothers was the studio that went, no, we can't reset the continuity. We have to do Superman Returns. We have to still have the different actor be in the same continuity as the, there was they learned
even
that
that was
only with
tangential.
Nolan because he was
Right, because that ignored 3
They
and 4.
didn't want to tie it in necessarily. They just wanted to. It was a huge homage, and it just didn't work out.
it did. They did tie it. Like that was truly, I think, a situation where Warner Brothers just handed the reins to, as Effie put it, an auteur director.
Sure.
And said, do what you want to do. And the thing that he wanted to do was say, oh, Superman 3 and 4 never happened. Let's do
enough.
Superman Returns. And
Which,
there are things I like about
in a
it,
sense,
but
is a wise decision because, you have to discount 3 and 4 if you want to continue that continuity. But at the same time,
but then if you take that
you could have
philosophy
just
into the
done
current
something
day,
new.
we're dealing with the divisiveness of the reception, and what do we actually take seriously, and what are we going to produce if we're a company?
I liked it when someone came up to me, well, it's relatable now. I said, okay, making Superman a deadbeat dad, and, that's relatable? I mean...
a stalker?
You got me
what you
there. I
relate
mean,
to?
there's a lot of that going around these days.
I remember being
Fair
in the
enough.
theater watching Superman float around outside of Lois's house, watching Lois and her fiance.
Oh.
And I leaned over to my friend Cara and said, the S stands for stalker. And we just howled.
Oh my god.
That's good.
They can be great people,
That's
Kal-El. They
just
wish
good.
to be, but you don't have to be.
Now
don't-
his Superman is totally redeemed for me in Crisis, but
Oh,
you
yes.
know.
So much so.
I barely remember watching this movie, but I did. I'm fairly certain I did. But I'm pretty sure I skipped 3 and 4.
There's a reason you
I
did
think
that.
I watched the Donner cut, and then we went to Superman Returns, and we were like, yeah, this is weird.
Which is really weird, too, because technically you can't even use the Donner cut as your jumping off point because he destroys the
No.
Fortress of Solitude at the end of the Donner cut.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but I'm not sure I've seen the Lester cut, so I have to go back for that because I was watching those the old Superman movies with a friend, and the friend is fan of the CW show. She was like, I have to go see Brandon Routh now because I we were both like, I'm not sure I'm up for 3 and 4. Like, that's just gonna be suffering. So
To be fair, I like 3.
See, and it's funny is that when we did
I've
all the
heard that,
Superman
but
movies, we actually Ray and I felt like
I like the
4,
weirdness of that
We actually
journey,
like
too.
4 better than 3, which is really funny.
Wow.
I remember. I was kind of shocked
I'm
on
just
that.
now catching up to that. Because I've listened to the review of 3 on the Squadcast Media Patreon, but I haven't listened to 4 yet. And I'm very curious
the
indeed, because I've
best
heard
part-
spoilers that you...
The best part about listening to that is listening to the outtake where we punked Ray before we started the review.
That was so good.
Yes, oh my god, you've told me about, like, at some point I've heard about that and was like, that is brilliant. Like, someone going, yeah, 4, this was good, this was pretty, yeah, I like this, and I like this, and...
Minutes.
The science
wait.
totally makes sense. I mean, if you think about it in this way, and you...
Oh no, that was how I stopped it.
Yeah,
I was
it's-
like, no, this is going on
It's
way
totally
too long.
Superman. Oh my god, yeah. That is still
That's
wonderful. Wonderful.
I still have the ticket stubs for me watching Superman 4.
You saw it in
On the wall.
theaters?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's got them on his wall in his office.
I don't
Framed.
remember actually watching them. Here's one of my dad's favorite stories of this is he kept the ticket stubs. Like, he gave them to me a couple of years ago after he realized I did this podcast and thought it was relevant. But for him, the relevancy was like, this is the most still I've ever seen you for a series of hours. Like, apparently, according to him, I sat down, watched this thing, and I was just staring at a screen for a couple hours. It was the most I'd ever seen him be like. I was still finally, and yeah, like, I've still got them. They're fading. I can still see the dates of the release and everything, but I was so fucking young. And as far as I can tell, it was my first Superman film in a theater, and it's just a terrible fucking film to have seen in a theater. But I was just so happy to see like a man who could fly, no matter how goddamn shitty the
Oh, you don't care about
actual
that as a kid? No,
effects
of course
were,
not.
and whatever the hell the Nuclear Man was, and he got canonized later, frankly. So okay, that works too.
Remember, it's nuclear. The S is silent.
Nuclear.
Yeah, but
Kind of a
that's
fun
just
game.
the thing
What's the
people
worst
do in
pronunciation?
general.
Nuclear.
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 Nuclear?
No,
Nuclear.
I think Dave won. I think nuclear.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Nuclear man.
I think that may be the worst pronunciation.
My god.
Nuclear man.
Nuclear man.
Yeah, maybe the worst you could do.
And then we
can't make
held
it-
that against
I
John
don't wanna
Cryer
make
for
it
who knows
worse.
how long, and then he's been like the most redeeming part of Supergirl.
Then he shows up on Supergirl and just
Knocks it out of the park.
park.
He's been
Jesus
the best
Christ.
live action Lex Luthor, I think, ever.
It's just
Like, he was amazing. And then he started yelling at people, and he took it to another level.
Yeah, but
everyone
I
just said,
wanna
"Wait a
catch
minute,
up
the guy
to
from How I
Supergirl,
Met Your
but-
Mother is going to do Lex Luthor." I don't buy that, and it's like,
It
oh
was
my
legacy
god, it was
casting.
amazing.
We were mad about it a little bit because legacy casting it's gimmicky and it feels cheap.
Yeah, of
you know?
course.
It feels like a magician like pulling a rabbit out of a hat and the rabbit's dead. It
Wow.
doesn't feel right. And then
it was here 20 years ago. This rabbit is fine.
it's fine. Most of the hair sloughed off when I pulled it against the brim. But
I'm sorry, I have to
God.
say it. He was on 2.5 Men, not How I Met Your Mother.
Oh,
yeah.
I was thinking of who
That's a
the
good
fuck
point.
he was in How I Met Your Mother, but I was just thinking of like MPH is great. He was great in Unfortunate Events. Like I need to continue watching that. But I was
really not a bad actor by any stretch.
No.
But like he felt legacy, and
yeah, of course.
we actually Dave and I in particular like were balking a little bit, and then once we saw him, just we shut the fuck up about the entire
Yeah.
thing.
Well, there was this idea, like, all at once, it was just, Hecklin and Bitsy Tulloch. They're like, oh, we've got to evoke the memory of Reeve and
Oh, and this wasn't after
Kidder and...
too far after Dean Cain.
Well, Dean Cain was season 2, and then
Oh,
Yeah.
that was too far. Yeah, that was far.
and then
back.
we've never mentioned
You know, that
Jeremiah
was-
again.
Until they killed
Oh,
him.
they've mentioned him. Yeah.
They mentioned him.
They mentioned him.
And not well.
You know.
I want to catch up to Superman just for John Cryer, but I'm also like, I have to get through a lot of seasons without him, and
It's not that many seasons.
No, okay, it's not that bad. I got through a lot of season 2 probably, and maybe 3. I don't remember, but there's still like the sense of I never loved Supergirl as much as some other people, and I'm still like, yeah, I could catch up because I know it got better than some other shows, but I still love other shows more, so it's hard to convince myself to watch the one that I didn't love as much.
Given the conversation,
the battle we've all been going through our entire lives in a certain way.
Given the conversation we've had tonight, this might not mean anything, but it's not that damn bad.
I'll also tell you though, like Supergirl in the last season has been, I think that's the best foot forward I've ever seen from Supergirl. Also, it was my favorite season of a CW show this year,
and it even got less preachy too.
Yeah, I've legitimately liked it,
and that's very useful.
Quite a bit
like
the last 2 seasons.
That hurts it.
Yeah. I've never found myself philosophically disagreeing with the Supergirl.
Yeah, just with the way they
presentation.
Exactly. It's always like, yeah, I get it, but I agree with you, but it shouldn't be this, like, you should have phrased this better or more subversive or more, like, at least make it something interesting and not something obvious.
Work it in.
Because, like,
a lot of it's
if it's
like,
radical, it's going to be disruptive. It's going to be, like, it's going to be polarizing, but if you just say obvious shit, I'm just going to be like, yeah, I know, but you're being very mainstream right now, and can't you just do something?
It's also possible that they either need to make it more subtle, or it's possible that they need to just like go ahead and just go the exact opposite direction.
Yeah,
just have Martian Manhunters say like, "The world's in danger, Supergirl. Only your vagina can save us." And
I wasn't seeing that as the opposite.
How very Kevin Smith of you.
We have found our new savior.
I'm sure they said something like that in the Jay and Silent Bob reboot, so
probably
she was in there, wasn't she?
Yeah, she's the new
you know what?
Chronic.
Also, we'll see. It wouldn't. I wouldn't be surprised if that's word for word in what's coming up in the Kevin Smith, like the Askew universe, whatever it's called.
Yes.
Oh God, yeah.
Askew universe, whatever.
But
like good storytelling lets you come to a conclusion, and sometimes Supergirl just does that and explains it to you, and that part's that part's a little taxing.
Exactly. So it's either be subtle or go a step further and make your message so strong it is actually like sort of like you're not immediately agreeing with it. You have to sit on it. You have to be confronted
to me, that's
by
like
it.
the
That
1984 Animal Farm kind of thing, or Fahrenheit 51, or something like dystopian kind of thing. Like, in a few years, you're going to think, "Oh, that made sense." But for now,
legitimately, last year
remember
they did
back
such a
in 2015 when dystopia was a like fictional term. Okay.
Like legitimately though, last season when they did Agent Liberty, I felt like that was they fleshed him out so well that they kind of did hit that precipice.
In that one episode was incredible.
Like they did a really good job of making me believe that he went from this very progressive, very caring, compassionate individual to just like tearing down his entire life and showing what extraterrestrials did to his father and how their existence and their co-mingling on this earth, their cohabitation, tore down his entire life and how he came to become this source of hatred.
Yeah,
they did
his
such a good job
from
with that.
Compassionate to xenophobic was genuinely one of the greatest. It was one of the greatest stories I've ever seen told on any of the CW shows.
And even if I didn't agree with him,
like something that would interest me. Yeah,
I
but
understood.
I would also disagree with everything, but yeah.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna go.
Like, for sure,
that seems like a weird representation of people you are xenophobic towards. So, like, yeah. We'll see. We'll see.
Well, they do a good job
One
of
day I'll
making
get
sure
to
that
it.
like his xenophobia is very exclusive. So if you land anywhere on the other side of this, like all it is a really good representation of how a person could get there. Now it's also told through the lens of Supergirl, where we all know where we're all landing in the same spot of inclusiveness and knowing that
of course.
everything
But
matters.
at the same time, I'm like, do I need to humanize certain people who are very exclusionary?
Oh,
So
that's the fun part.
I'm not sure if
it
I would be
humanizes
okay
enough
with that storyline.
you're not. It humanizes enough that you see a version of a storyline, but you don't agree with where he lands.
Okay,
Right.
okay.
I think it does that thing that really good TV does, like a lot of old Star Trek does, even some new Star Trek, but it does the thing where there are a couple of points where you're going to go, or you might go, I am kind of almost rooting for him, or I'm almost kind of seeing too closely where he's coming from. And then it makes you kind of like, you're sitting there thinking 20 minutes after a Supergirl episode, like thinking about yourself. You're like, who am I in this situation?
That is fair, and I'm hyper empathetic. So I have like shows where I watch a lot of it, and I'm like, oh fuck, I'm seeing too much of the viewpoint of this person. Like Hannibal fucked me up. That was, I mean, it's a brilliant show. But watching, like, sometimes I had to binge like three episodes because I was behind. And I was like, the mindset I came out of that was just like, I need to land again. I need to get back to like reality because otherwise I'm gonna kill somebody, you know? Like, that's not okay. I need to remind myself that's not okay, you know? So it's weird. I have that with a lot of things, and I'm also like, yeah, some people I don't want to feel too much empathy for, which is interesting because Hannibal is probably more despicable than any racist on Supergirl will ever be, but still, I digress.
All right. We've really got to go. But I do want to ask everyone here, what are your hopes for the future of DC films? Like, in how do you see
the films in theaters? I guess
the films in theaters and HBO Max. Like,
I mean, if HBO Max is going to connect to the movies in theaters, like like the medium is gonna change eventually. Like, I don't know how theaters are gonna work in the future. They've reopened here, sort of, but you have to still keep your distance and reserve your tickets, and it's slightly different, and I haven't tried it yet. But regardless of how it's put out there, it's going to be like this universe. I am very curious to see what happens.
But do you guys think that like DCEU is going to start, like after Wonder Woman, going to start being relegated to HBO Max, and then they'll do like Matt Reeves' trilogy and?
I don't think about being.
I
I don't think it's going to be relegated. I think it's going to provide more opportunities and allow different kind of properties to. It's kind of like what Deborah Snyder said. I mean, this is the perfect platform to give us an opportunity to show something that couldn't be done in the theaters the way we wanted it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I just want the opportunity
for things like that.
Everything to get made. That's the thing, is like whether it's theatrically or HBO Max. Let's not limit the stories that can be told. We can have our continuity movies that take place in the DCEU, but then we can go off and do something separate, like Joaquin Phoenix's Joker. And if we take away the gun shyness and the hesitancy and just say, we have all these different avenues, let's make something for everybody. And that doesn't mean let's make one movie that appeals to everybody. Let's make movies for everybody. And that's a completely different mindset. Because when you try to make a movie that appeals to everyone, you're going to fail.
it's outright.
Exactly.
We all have numbers to show that.
We have the data to prove that. So the point is, let the filmmakers make the movie they want to make, and if you provide enough variety, you're going to have enough people to find something that they like or something that they love.
Preach.
It's like, do that instead of saying, no, we're only going to make this kind of movie, so you might as well just suck it up, Buttercup, and watch this. And I'm going to be like, no, thank you. I don't want that.
One size does not fit all.
I would have fallen off if that had happened. Like,
I think it's important to understand. I think Jim Lee understands it. Like,
probably
with the introduction of Ezra Miller into Crisis with what appears to be this kind of a game plan. It looks like they've realized there are so many different kinds of DC fans. And we know that they recognize it because that first episode of the now canceled DC Daily where Kevin Smith said, "What's your DC? What's your DC?" Like, they know everybody's got a slightly different representation of the DC universe in their head and a different expectation. That's something Marvel has not had to deal with yet. And they're about to find out because of X-Men and Fantastic Four, and they're already getting a taste of it with Spider-Man.
Well, Fantastic Four, they're not going to have much trouble with. I doubt it. But.
Oh, I guarantee you, there are people that I know personally who just did not want to watch the new Josh Trank movie because it wasn't Ian Gruffold and Jessica Alba and those people. Yeah,
but how many people are going to remember that once the MCU version comes out? And, like, how many people are going to be like, Josh Trank
it's
did
the
this
internet.
better?
There will be enough.
There will be those.
Sure.
Yeah.
But they won't have the weight of the people who went, not my Superman.
Here's the crazy part.
No,
there will be people
scale.
calling for a Trankverse.
I mean,
is that a new
exactly 3.
Trankverse?
I have still not seen that movie, but I have always felt like the concept I didn't mind. I was like, this seems like it should be fine, but they messed with it somehow and everything went wrong and everybody hated it. And eventually I'll get to it, but it went off the rails in so many ways that
That's kind of the fun
I don't know
part
what
of-
to do with it.
Release the Trank cut.
The funny because that doesn't exist.
Most of the
they never shot the
properties
third
we
act.
deal with are...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Which is a
gonna
shame.
be a real problem.
What was
There
Josh
was a
Trank?
script
Was he
at
going
one
to
point.
anyway?
What would you say? What'd you say, Dave?
I said it was Josh Trank. Was he going to shoot a third act?
Well, I don't know because honestly, I just
Negative.
saw.
Isn't there a
I've only
third
seen.
act
I've only seen
article?
one movie of his. So
What was that? Okay. How was it?
it was
it
weird.
good?
I liked it. I
just-
liked it. I didn't love it, but it was odd. And Tom Hardy was incredible.
Well, of course he
Well,
was.
that's
Of course.
obvious.
It's the saving grace of Star Trek Nemesis, for God's sake. I've seen one Josh Trank, and it was Chronicle, and I went, okay, where's the rest?
I don't remember how it ended. I liked it fine.
Exactly.
It's just a while ago.
Because it didn't end.
Yep, you kind of, you're right.
It had a really, like, they used the third act as, like, what should have been the second act confrontation, and then they were just like, oh, and all this stuff we've been building to?
Well, I like to think that Brightburn was the way you picked that up.
Yeah.
I have yet to see that.
I need to get into that.
It's on my list. It's on my list.
It is on my list. I literally just got it so that Jason and I can do it for a Patreon at some point soon.
Yep.
Ooh.
Good.
Yeah.
And then I'll have to watch it because it's on the Patreon. So I have to, like, yeah.
Oh, so you've already
I'm
paid
screwing
taxes.
myself if I don't watch the movie. So
Yeah, you've paid the taxes.
exactly. I
heard that in my dreams last night. I heard you yelling, I pay taxes, damn it.
It was a fair goddamn point.
I mean, yeah. I didn't say it for nothing. I pay my taxes happily. Don't worry. I know infrastructure is important. Anyways.
That's real too.
And then I'm like fighting against it. I'm like Snydering over here. This is my way or the highway.
No.
Well,
some stuff you just throw out
I gotta
not for
go
the
with
best.
Snyder over
This will
you
get
in that sense.
this will get presented as I creatively see.
No. Some stuff just goes into the
vision
wind.
is central to your Patreon. Like, I am very curious now.
What are you curious about?
Do you have a 5-year plan of like, this is what I'm gonna do with my Patreon?
Oh no.
There's a nightmare sequence. You won't understand it until 3 years down the road.
This entire DC on screen experiment is the nightmare sequence.
No, that's not. Yeah, in all fairness, it's a 5-hour plan, and we intend to have nightmares about it.
All right.
In the next 5 hours.
Of course.
Everyone, thank you so much. We really do. We have to go. It's midnight here, and
Midnight? It's
It is
7
just
a.m.
midnight.
What is
I
your
know.
problem? The day
know.
has just started.
Damn, your birds chirping Tell them to fuck off.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna try to cut out the birds chirping.
Just tell them there are more important things happening, like the rest of the world that's not privy to sunshine going the fuck to bed for a second.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Scott, remind everyone where they can find you,
I'm
sir.
on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find the DC Films Squadcast at that name on Twitter. You can also find us at our website at squadcastmedia.com.
And thank you so much for being a part of our 600th episode. Your friendship, man, you guys mean a lot to me. And
me too.
And Jason as well. I didn't mean to just speak just for
And
you.
Jason occasionally. And Jason makes a guest appearance.
You've been a bane into the existence of Jason. And inconveniencing him with facts he didn't want to acknowledge.
Now that I finally had this forum, I hate you all.
It's fine. I drink. It's like that cup I want to have that says, "These are the tears of my students."
Yes. Yes.
Good job. Yeah.
Except it's a mug full of porcelain.
Yeah. Effie, man, you mean the world. Tell everybody where you have your podcast and how they can listen to the things.
I am on Twitter at inefficiency, so like with an extra E in the middle of inefficiency. I tweet at remote stealing on the rare occasion that I actually upload an episode of Stealing the Remote, which is at stealingtheremote.com, of course. And I'll get back to that during the summer break when I have time, and my mom has time and no excuse, mostly no excuses.
Just reboot it.
I greatly enjoyed being here. As always, there's a reason I stay up for this. Well, I didn't stay up for it. I slept until 3, but then I woke up. No, it's
There's
been
a
a
reason I
pleasure,
ruined my sleep schedule.
Exactly. I will not sleep in a regular, rhythm until it's, a week from now. So I'll see you tomorrow in the second half.
Beautiful.
All right, Chris, you've always got a great question for us. I always enjoy hearing from you every episode. Thank you so much for being a part of the show. Tell everybody where they can find your awesome podcast.
Thank you all. And you can follow me on Twitter at Chris Balga. My show is at Finest you can follow World's Finest True Believers at Finest Believers. You can find it now by searching for Geek Ultimate Alliance along with Marvel Alliance, and do on Friday nights SCS podcasts at that point, so Super Civil Servants. So no, you guys are just awesome. Thank you all for letting me be a part of being a listener and being there at the beginning of my podcast journey, just listening, and now here we are. So congratulations.
Thank you. And man, I haven't had a chance to listen to Marvel Alliance yet. I know you're a part of it, and it's got to be awesome just because of that, but World's Finest is such a great resource for finding new comics. I've found new comics through it.
Yeah, that's good.
So if you guys are any people out there are interested in figuring out what to read next, World's Finest True Believers, it is a fantastic show. When we come back, we have a couple of new voices joining us to discuss our journey through television these 5 years and what's to come for the age of streaming and the CW, right after this. All right, we're back from break, and we've switched the lineup a little bit. We're going to talk about TV over the last 5 years, 600 episodes. When I say your name, tell me a little bit about yourself. We're starting out with Brent.
600 episodes. My God, that's a lot.
I know it.
Yeah, I'm Brent from Fans Without Borders and Marvel Squadcast, and just wanted to tell you up front here, thanks for inviting me on. This is one hell of an achievement that you guys did here, getting up to 600 episodes. That is, who would have thought you would have made it that long?
No one.
Not me.
Yeah, certainly not us. We're the last
I
ones.
didn't think 10.
Frankly, we were
I'm not
told
even
about
sure
this
we'll finish
2
this
days ago. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Thank you for coming back on the show,
Sure.
by the way. 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah, it's becoming a routine.
That's not a bad thing.
Nah, not at all.
We'll steal you away from Squadcast. All right, Travis.
I'm a little blown away at 600 episodes, Dave. You gonna be honest, thought you'd be canceled by now? They say that podcasts don't make it past 10 episodes. So, I mean, that means you must be 600 times better, or 60 times better than your average podcast.
We've just failed 60 times in a row.
That could be it. Yeah. That could be it too. 60 restarts.
I like to think we've failed 600 times in a row. That means we're closer.
But
what's the old thing about like Edison inventing a light bulb and failed to do it 1,000 times? So we're like 400 podcasts away from the right episode. Finally,
I was about to say we're that much closer to the Edison paradigm.
Yeah,
but I second guessed myself. I didn't remember. I was like, I know it's Edison, but I don't trust myself. And then you said it. I'm like, damn it!
That's why I'm here.
I missed my chance to sound smart.
He picks up your slack. He picks up your slack.
Yeah, and there's a lot of that.
But I echo Brent's statements. Thanks for having me on. Just been listening to you guys for a long time, so like the last time was pretty fun, but this is a little bit more of an achievement. So I'm excited to talk DC TV.
You didn't have Jason last time, too.
I know. This is big.
It's been dry. Yeah, time's been crazy.
And returning from last night, really, but last segment, we'll say.
He's never left.
We have Chris. Yeah, no, he just hung out on Skype all night. Chris.
I've got to edit out 14 hours of crickets.
And lonely life.
Yeah.
It's just 14 hours of Chris crying.
Curled up in ice.
Occasionally getting up to the bathroom.
Yeah. You just hear me go like, all right, man, I'm going to go watch Monk with the wife.
Yeah.
He's just crying.
Jeez.
I can literally hear Netflix asking, are you still watching?
No, it just hit that constant, yes, don't make me shame myself anymore. No, thanks for having me back. I would say first long-time listener, second-time caller.
Oh, lovely.
No, congratulations again on the 600. I feel like I should come after you like at the Super Bowl. You've made 600 episodes. What are you going to do now?
Retire immediately.
Make another one. Start compiling news.
No, that's real talk.
Yeah, all right, we're going to Joe Rogan now. He's got a better answer.
We've got a Legends finale immediately to do.
All right, and of course, the greatest, Effie Ophelders.
Hi, I'm still me, and it's still, really early in the morning, but on another night, so it's fine. I've reset my sleeping schedule to always wake up at 3 a.m.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to think at 7 you just started pre-recording audio and it's just hitting really nice. We're just going to splice it in. Everything's going to sound great.
Love it. That works. No, I'm still
I gave Effie homework before.
I took a break in between and slept a lot.
As well you should.
And you discovered some stuff about some music. I sent you a little homework.
Yeah, how did I not know this?
The song that was in Justice League, everybody knows. Effie thought it was a secret original, and I was like, oh no.
Yeah, I just presumed that was a song for the movie. It's fine, it's whatever. It's like, yeah. No, my Leonard Cohen knowledge is very, very underwhelming, apparently, and I blame my mother entirely, because I thought she had raised me in a way that I would be aware of like the most important Leonard Cohen songs, but apparently the only one I cared about, I did not know about. No, I care about others more because I know.
You knew every Leonard Cohen song up to 1988.
This is actually a fun thing you can do. If you're ever in a trivia night and someone asks who the songwriter is and you just literally have no idea, you're just guessing outright.
Always
guess Dylan or Cohen.
Yeah. That is fair.
Bob Dylan.
There's a solid chance you're going to get it. Or J.J.
Right,
Kill.
Well,
hoping.
Oh, yeah. Ooh. That's one I do also like because of my mom. Thank you. Thanks to her.
Done, Mom.
Yeah.
So one of the big reasons Jason and I started this show was that we could find DC podcasts. But we couldn't find podcasts that talked about both the movies and the television. Like, we were big fans of Fat Man on Batman back in the day.
Yeah.
But they almost never talked about TV. Then Kevin Smith started directing the shit, so whatever.
Now it's all bad.
Well, and even then, it was back in the
Yes.
days where he was like, "This is bullshit," and then, like, do you remember?
Yeah.
You remember the turning point for me with him was? Do you remember when he did that Flash reaction video
Yeah.
to like the season 1 finale, and he
Yeah.
just bawled, like he lost 3 pounds in tears. It was great.
I think we
Yeah,
all.
for the...
Oh yeah, I did too. But it was like he had to turn around, and then he didn't want to do anything, and then suddenly he's like, "I'll direct anything you wanted me to do."
Well, he was like, Guggenheim knew that I was doing this, and he just kind of gave me this. I do love that Guggenheim was still like, nah, not you, not for Arrow.
Oh yeah.
He
No arrow for you.
Someone who did a pretty good job of keeping Arrow's publications well liked and well received never got on because he did a little shit talking.
Yeah, and I'm like, man, Onomatopoeia was such a cool villain.
It was. It was
But
really
not even a call out. Not even a call out. Damn, Googs, you cold.
That dude's busy. He ain't got time for his shit. That's what it comes down to.
But yeah, when we started this show, there was what, Arrow, Flash, and
Supergirl
Gotham?
was... Yeah, there was Arrow, Flash, Gotham had come, and Supergirl, literally one of
Was
our
leaking.
first episodes is Supergirl had leaked that summer. And if I recall, we drove out to international waters to watch the pilot because we clearly didn't have access to that through any other means. And yeah, like that was the entire landscape, man. I mean, the rest of it was like Teen Titans or something. I mean, there was some cartoon stuff going on.
yeah,
Nothing
and
against
then
it.
we had like rumors of Teen Titans on TNT at the time.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that. You're right.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago.
I think it was still Akiva Goldsman. I still remember people like complaining, like, the guy from Batman and Robin.
So we're getting old.
Not that guy.
Yeah.
There's
And
a good
now
chance
we're
that whole
just
thing would have been better animated, though. So
Batman and Robin, or
no, well, yeah. If you animated Batman and Robin and thrown it in like Teen Titans at this point, or Titans are normally up until recently animated. So yeah, if you'd thrown that in and thrown it in that way, I feel like it might have gone over better.
Both Schumacher films in animation, I think it'd be even more entertaining.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, at least the like the close up getting dressed boob and genitalia shots would be funny instead of kind of awkward.
yeah. But on the
unless
other,
it was Bruce Timm doing it.
oh,
case it would just
yeah,
be
that would
over
still be
Super
awkward.
extra awkward squared. Yeah.
Yeah, yep. No, but on the other hand, I do feel like it adds to the absurdity. As long as you're not, like, looking to watch a Batman movie, but looking to laugh at a Batman movie, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It does add to the factor that they got these huge names for really, really ridiculous roles. So, in a sense, I do think, like, having Clooney is funnier than just an animated version of Batman that doesn't really make sense.
Yeah.
That might be fair. But, you know, I actually enjoy Batman Forever quite a bit.
It has
To be
its upside.
honest.
It's fun. It is fun.
And it's actually got a good bit of depth and, you know.
There's still
can be
remnants
pretty
of
dark.
trying in there.
Yeah.
Well, apparently, like, and I'm over here going, release the Schumacher cut, because he had, like, a bunch of stuff that was way darker, and Warner Brothers was like, oh, we're not doing
We can't
Penguin
sell
again.
toys that way.
Well, for crying out loud, that novelization just has an almost entirely different movie.
Yeah.
Oh, I've never read the
I never have either.
novelization.
I've been curious, though. I've heard rumors of that.
And I think
The,
the great Denny O'Neil did that.
Yeah. We lost him this
I
week.
fucking pee, man.
But yeah, the adaptation comic was pretty different than the movie we got.
I have no doubt.
I
feel like
I'm
Well,
sure it's on
sorry.
DC Universe. I'm sure it's on DC Universe. Sorry, Travis.
Travis, could you check on that for us?
I can if you actually want me to. Your jokes mean nothing to me anymore. Nothing.
I eat your pain.
Then why are you crying?
Travis,
I'm
why does it say my account is locked?
I don't know. What?
What are you talking about?
All right, so I don't really have. I have nothing here. You know what I mean? Like,
There's no plan.
I didn't. No, there is absolutely no plan. This was just let's hang out and have a conversation.
Well, I was curious. I felt like I derailed you for a second, but then I wondered if you had somewhere you were
probably
going,
did.
so I was going to let you get back to it. But
I may have, but I didn't have that written down.
so it's gone.
So
Yeah,
that's
in
the
the
problem.
wind.
Yeah,
In
it's
the void.
gone. Is
Well, what I do know you were
I-
getting at was like when we started this, there was basically nothing. So, well, if I can try to pick up what you might have been trying to put down, if I smell what you're cooking, so to speak.
Smoke when it's rolling.
We like it didn't seem so daunting a task when we picked up the idea of like, yeah, we're gonna we'll review every episode and we're gonna.
oh god, had I known.
It's really, really hard to try and do that.
It's rough.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, there were entire shows that came about that we just had to say, no, we can't even touch that. We just can't even get... Like Justice League Action, we covered the first episode and really enjoyed the show, but I haven't even gotten to finish the show. And I hear it's fantastic. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. And the guy that played Superman actually reached out to us and like talked to us for a minute on Twitter, and then we still just were like, yeah, well, we'll get to it.
Yeah.
I did watch the first season of that, but then I sort of fell off
The
and
season
never
of that,
got
apparently,
back.
is what you mean.
Sorry?
I think you mean the season of that at this point.
That means why I never heard anything again of like. But I feel like I was at like episode 51 or something, and there were like a couple yet to come out, and I was just like, okay, I'll see it when it happens, and then I never heard anything again.
If I remember correctly, they only planned on doing 52 episodes.
Yeah,
Of course
that might have been it.
of course it was
It
52.
was kind of sad. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just remember binging that show, and I was like, I don't have the time for that anymore. I don't do that often, but I did watch that. Interesting, my priorities.
Well, it was like Adult Swim timing. You needed 12 minutes to knock out one.
Yeah, that helps
Yeah,
a lot.
I really want to watch it. I've seen the first episode, and then I saw Mark Hamill gets kidnapped by the Joker.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one.
I've seen that bit.
It's a good show. I watched quite a bit of it on Hulu with my son, and it's pretty clever. They touch on so many different areas of the DC universe, and they definitely have a lot of fun with it.
I'm glad it's on, if it's on Hulu still. I'm looking like it's one of those shows I've been trying to find, and I haven't looked on Hulu because I didn't think there. But yeah, it's like
why would you?
While the daughter is just like looking for something instead of Sesame Street, maybe just I've been looking for that show somewhere.
We have DC Universe. Why is it not on DC? I just don't understand
Because,
that one.
I mean, the answer is licensing, and they're not willing to fix it. They're not willing to fix it, and they're paying for it by having a whole lot of stuff. And people want to say, "Oh, it's just licensing. It's all these deals. It's no big deal." It's a big deal. They should fix it. And
they should fix that one.
It's already DC Universe and HBO Max is already absurd. At this point, DC Universe as a media content platform is redundant. Just throw it all into HBO Max, put it all in there. That way Travis can't watch it, and we only have to pay for one service.
We can just slowly explain what's happening. We'll live tweet it to him.
Yeah, I would be perfectly happy with, and this is, by the way, we can bitch all we want about HBO Max and DC Universe and the differences. We had no idea anything like this was coming.
Yeah, that's
this
another
is
thing.
so much better than we ever thought it would be.
It is a different landscape entirely.
Sure, but they kind of should have. I mean, if you look at the tea leaves, in hindsight, the signs were there. Other companies were making moves. And, I mean, at this point, they're paying for it by losing a crap ton of movies, not just DC ones, in July.
Yeah. In less than a month, like a little over a month since launch, they lose all that content. Well, that's
what is it they said? Every single DC movie ever was going to be on there, and that's definitely not true.
No.
Yeah.
You forgot that little asterisk point with the 200 words of print. Well, eventually we'll have it.
Yeah. And eventually they will. 3 years from now, we're not going to care. But right now, it is a black spot. And like, if I get my HBO Max for free with my internet, but if I had to pay extra for it, I wouldn't have it right now because it's just their library is there, but I don't think the new content is there, and I don't think their existing library is worth $15 a month as is. No. It will be when they actually can put it all on there, but right now it's all spread out in so many different places. I mean, Batman Begins is on Hulu. It's like, no, they should have gotten those rights back. And yeah, it would have cost them a lot of money, but they should have forked up for a movie like Batman Begins.
Yeah, it's
Welcome to my
I
world,
agree.
Brent. Welcome to my world.
I mean, I'm happy
I
to
agree.
have the back catalog of Sesame Street because watching the same 12 episodes was driving me mad.
fair. Fair.
I also find it really
they should.
weird
And
that
I've checked into DC Universe several times. Like, it must have been 3 or 4 times that I've thinking, you know what, I'm going to see if my daughter will watch this with me. That I've gone to DC Universe and looked for Justice League Action and just never found it. Because you're right, it should be there. It feels that feels like the right platform for it.
Well, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Why not all the animated films are on DC Universe? What the heck's that about? You know?
Yeah. What
That
about
one-
Superhero Girls?
Yeah,
Where is that?
Isn't that...
I would
laugh. My daughter likes the
gladly
show,
watch that.
And it's weird because you get like Doom Patrol, right? Which I think at this point we can pretty much safely say is DC Universe's biggest hit. They're putting that on HBO Max.
It's
okay,
one of Warner
I get
Brothers'
it.
biggest hits as far as like critical reception and fan reception. That thing's
Absolutely.
it's glorious.
And it's a massive success for them. I get why they're doing it, but why aren't they putting Titans on HBO Max? Why aren't they putting Swamp Thing on HBO? Swamp Thing is going to the CW. I'm sorry, it should be on HBO Max. And
I really want to be a jerk and be like, well, the problem is licensing.
you know what? That's
It's like
the
a,
weird
it's like
thing
a
is-
nervous network tick. Licensing.
Licensing.
Well, some people want to say it's because of licensing of
get in a room
HBO.
and they got to make it work. But yeah, it hurts. It hurts us.
Yeah, it's lawyers, it's money, and people want to say, well, some of it's because it's on the HBO cable platform. And I'm like, you guys are all owned by the same people. That is a solvable problem by having an interdepartment meeting. Just do it. You don't even have to actually exchange money. I'm sure they
You could
would on
do
the
this
balance
with
sheet,
Zoom.
but- Zoom. They could do it with Zoom. It's a solvable problem, and it's weird. And I just don't get why all the other shows, but they've said Doom Patrol's the only one they're doing for now. Maybe eventually, but right now Doom Patrol's it.
I'll give them
And
this.
DC Universe is talking about doing spin-offs of Titans.
Yeah, and the 2 things keeping DC Universe afloat for me right now are they are getting a little they've been pretty aggressive about getting the comics, like readable comics on there. And I'm not
please.
huge on Ditto comics. I just don't have I literally just don't have time. I barely have time. I have a 3-inch stack of comics sitting to my right now that I have not had time to read. Now that's partially because comics were basically on hold for 2 months, but
Didn't help.
But it also has to do with, like, I don't have time to read the ones I physically buy, so I barely have time to go read the ones that I can get online. But I also, when I have time and want to glance around and look through that catalog, every now and then I'm like, oh my god, the Doom Patrol Omnibus is on there. Fantastic. And I can glance around and enjoy myself. I appreciate that. But other than that, their original content is really fucking top-notch. Swamp Thing aside, is pretty top-notch. Like, Titans... Stargirl, Doom Patrol, they're really phenomenal. Harley, goddamn, Harley is they're phenomenal shows. So I get why. Like I don't necessarily resent that they exist. It's just that now in the HBO universe, I'll give them this: if like launching the HBO, Max thing is risky, and I get that they don't necessarily want to migrate everything just to have to migrate it back. But I also understood completely when, was it Greenblatt, I want to say was his name, was talking about they basically plucked Doom Patrol out and said, well, we're going to grab this one. Yeah, because it's fucking standout. It's one of the best seasons of television I've ever watched. I get why they wanted to just like grab that and just pull it over and see how it does, because they can do that. It's their sandbox. Like you were saying, man, it's a solvable problem because they're all working within the same context. It's really just one big sandbox. And we could work these things out. But I get why they're doing some things. I don't get why they're not committing in other ways.
They're creating more of a fragmenting platform where you can watch Stargirl on CW or free after a couple of days.
An edited version of it.
Yeah, an edited.
Only the first 2 episodes.
Yeah, now it's all the same.
And then with the same 4 commercials for 30 minutes.
Hey, that truth ad is helping lives there.
I told Dave the other day that I was going to stop vaping. He was like, "What? You started vaping?" I was like, "No, but I'll stop if they stop showing me this fucking commercial." Like, I don't disagree at all with the material. Yes, vaping is stupid. It's dumb as fuck. Stop it. If you're doing it right now, it's going to cause problems. You're going to get popcorn lung or some shit. They're going to find out this is a problem. It's going to be as bad as smoking at some point. I promise you it's bad. But I am so sick of those commercials, man. Like, I just can't. At some point.
My question is, what would they put as ads for Doom Patrol? That would be more curious.
I have no idea. Probably Jane the Virgin. A show that's been discontinued.
Or text.
That they would keep showing us advertisements for.
You know what I was just thinking about? We're talking about all this stuff, and back when we started this show, they wouldn't let Superman be on Supergirl.
Nope, you're right.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We were lucky to get a pair of boots.
No, we were not lucky to get a pair of boots. That's just what we got. I would have rather not had them.
You were barely lucky to get a red-blue blur.
We got text messages.
I think
that was wonderful.
No, you definitely got a red-blue blur at one of the seasons.
After 10 years, you got a second and a half of what looked like an S symbol.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's where we were with the character at the moment. Now, and I'll give it this. We weren't doing the show at the time, but I'll give it this. Smallville and its pure persistence did pave the way for a lot of what we're fucking talking about, to be honest.
Oh, absolutely.
100%.
Like getting the system up and running in Vancouver, even though it goddamn near killed Welling. Like, he has PTSD about and Rosenbaum. Like Welling genuinely has PTSD. I've heard him on Rosenbaum's podcast talking about it, and you can hear his the timbre of his voice change when he talks about Vancouver. He talks about it like someone who has experienced war.
Like Obi-Wan's like, those were the dark times.
Yes.
Before Vancouver.
Like, you can literally hear him be like lighthearted and fun. He's kind of like he's a pretty uplifting guy in general. He's very much the embodiment of Superman in certain ways. But then you hear him talking about that, and he just his voice just goes down a little bit, and he goes up, and there's more breaths and stuff like that. Like, you can just hear him change. His demeanor changes. So I'm glad they've gotten the formula a little bit better, so people aren't just literally having to, get Xanax and a therapist to escape Vancouver.
No, they just leave the show after the first season.
Oh, God.
I want to put out to the listeners that Vancouver's a nice place when you're not working 18 to 20-hour days.
Yes, I have no doubt.
It shouldn't reflect on the tourism side of things. It's probably fine. It's probably different.
I've only ever been to Windsor, but I found it to be a very clean place.
I imagine Vancouver as an overcast, rainy place where when you drive into town, you just see actors in chains everywhere.
Yeah.
It's like that Banksy opening of The Simpsons.
Actors in chains. It's kind of like the Flash, like the Flash, whatever's, what do they call those things? Anyway, the little gel cells in Flash. But all it is there's a teleprompter with all of the next day's lines in front of them. That's all they get. That, like a half a cup of water and half a corn on a cob.
It just says, "I lied to protect you."
Yes. I did this for you.
You make unilateral decisions, Barry.
Yeah.
You have failed this production, Mr. Queen.
I wish we had been doing the podcast back in like 2010 or something, because I remember calling Jason, like this was still happening. This podcast, we just weren't recording it.
Yeah, the entire episode of the show was basically us just having conversations and then deciding, we should just record this at some point.
Yeah, like when we lived together, it would be like 6-hour sessions. You guys think the shows are long right now?
6 would be, yeah.
I want it on record. I don't think that. I have asked for longer, uncut episodes. I remember this from yesterday. How long is your
commute?
I do not commute. I have a lot of time where I listen to podcasts instead of watching TV, apparently. I do still have some free time.
That's why you're not caught up.
Yeah, I know. It's all your fault, really.
I do have the same. I chew through several hours of podcast today just because it's the moment I wake, I hit play on something. I don't even care sometimes. I just need something in my ear to control the ADD.
But no, I
should get myself checked out. Is that what we're saying? Is it my ADD?
There are ways around it. Need a lot of extra stimuli, and it helps control the demons, rein them in.
But yeah, like back in 2010, I went on Wikipedia deep dive, went over to YouTube, looking around, and I did not know, but I found out about that Justice Society 2-part episode on Smallville, and I watched a trailer for it, and I freaked out and called Jason. I was like, I got to watch all of Smallville now. I only made it to season 4 before because Jensen Ackles vexed me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
and you
kept
calling
Jason.
That sounds good. I'm not going to get around to that. I'm not going to do.
I can remember looking at pictures on the kryptonitesite.com, I think it was called back then, and seeing that, like, I was watching the show like in real time, and it was a couple episodes ahead, and I just absolutely freaked out. Unfortunately, none of my friends watched Smallville, so I had to freak out alone.
Yeah,
but. Oh my goodness, I recorded the episode. I must have watched it a good at least 20 or 30 times easily.
Oh, that was a great one.
Absolutely.
And it sounds just like it does on the show. Like, where I'm like, man, you got to watch this. They've got Hawkman coming in, and Jason goes, I believe you.
We didn't like change the way we conversed for the show.
I think everybody who listens to the show knows that.
Yeah.
I can.
I'll tell you though, the only thing we changed, and it actually has helped me because I'm not naturally a good speaker, so it has helped me a little bit to enunciate and use like my whole throat to say words. And I still don't do it all the time, but like early episodes of DC on Screen sound like it's like blah 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 blah, and it's just because I talk too fast and I don't stop between notes. Like I would just go, and then Dave would have his normal voice, which sounds nice, and he just uses actual words like they're supposed to be used most of the time. I'm giving you a qualifier.
Wow. Yeah.
But honestly, the only thing that changed was I was like, oh, I can't even understand me. I've got to fix that. Other than that, I think we're pretty much the same.
All right, I want to talk about Green Lantern.
Ooh. Oh, upcoming? Oh.
Yeah.
The show that was. The show that hopefully will be.
What's that, Brent?
The show that hopefully will be.
Yeah, preferably.
Is that in question now?
No, I mean, no, it's just not out.
I haven't seen it.
Production.
Yeah.
And, I mean, at this point, I believe it's coming, but until it's here, I don't know.
I mean, HBO Max says it's coming. They say Strange Adventures is coming.
Wait, didn't you share the video earlier? Like, I think it premiered in Australia over the last couple nights.
Yeah, the green meteor.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's some quality promotion. Like, the marketing team was on their shit that day.
That's viral AF. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, they'll spend the money. They'll spend the money on that, but lose all their DC content. So we see whoever's running that division.
Yeah, a few months later they'll get it back. A few months later they'll get it back, allegedly.
Yeah,
licensing, man.
It'll come back.
Licensing.
It'll come back. Man, I want Diggle in there
for sure.
I just do. I know all the arguments. That's what I want.
I'll tell you, that's one of the most rewarding parts of the show is he earned that fucking ring.
He did.
Mm-hmm. And I would love to see him actually get to play with him more. I feel like we're just going to get to see him as a sidebar in, the Superman and Lois show.
Everybody keeps saying that. We don't know that he's going to be on the show. Yes, I know the character said they were going to Metropolis, but there's been no announcements that David Ramsey is going to be on it. But I will say this. If we don't see him suit up, then it's completely freaking pointless that they did that scene in the Arrow finale, teasing it. Absolutely pointless.
Well, especially it's like everything, like how they had to keep it secret and for months and months and months of negotiation just to have that scene and not to have it pan out. But for that would be ridiculous.
Yeah, and surely those negotiations would be including, like, hey, we would do this with it. Maybe we will put him on the Superman and Lois show, and that's why they say something like, we're going to Metropolis, which typically those shows are good about that kind of thing. Not always, but typically. I mean, I hope it's true.
There's a good chance it will follow through, based on the history. And based on apparently they'll air like 1 million seasons of something for 500,000 viewers. Like it's not a matter of necessarily having the draw. So it may actually happen that way, but we don't know yet. Yeah.
Sure. I mean, we'll find out. It's just I'm the same way, David. I want to see him suit up so bad. He's completely earned it. I mean, they made his stepfather, General Stewart in the show for a reason. It's like they're doing every single thing they could, but having him speak that stupid oath. I don't really mean stupid, but just they need to just do it. Just suit up, put the ring on his finger, and go with it. I've thought for years that they could pull the constructs off Vixen in season 4 the way they did hers. I thought if you just color those green, I'd be good with that. I'm fine with it.
I like it.
And then you're just like, Diggle, why do you keep using animals?
That's right. Every time, Diggle. Enough with the lions and tigers and stuff.
Because I watched a lot of Discovery Channel growing up. Okay.
Either if they don't do him on Green Lantern Corps, which I would understand if they just wanted to do like a clean.
On the latest rumors.
I still want to see him as Green Lantern on Black Lightning then, because I want him to be the brother of Lynn Stewart.
Yeah, which especially post Crisis would be super easy to do.
Yeah. You could just fold that right in. That'd be good.
Like that.
You could have him going. You could have him going to every different show, to be honest with you, and just pop it in every once in a while. That's kind of what I would prefer.
You mean like
have a couple episode story arcs?
Just a Green Lantern Kane from Kung Fu, just wandering the Earth, the CW universe, spreading his green light.
Well, he's kind of like Incredible Hulk.
I'm not hating on this idea. I'm digging it. He hitchhiked his way to each show at the end of
I'll hate on it a little bit.
You just see,
it's like,
where's your wife and children? Come on.
He needs to have a home. The character needs to have a home. And I am all for him showing up on Black Lightning or Flash or wherever, but I feel like the character needs to have a home. And I don't know that if he really is in Metropolis with Superman and Lois, I don't know that his character will have a chance, no pun intended, to shine the way he should be able to now. So yeah, I don't expect him to be the Green Lantern of the GL show on HBO Max, especially because that's supposed to be allegedly tied to the movies, where the movies are going to have a Jon Stewart and the TV show is going to be more Simon Baz and Jessica Cruz, but I would love to see him pop up there. And even if they want to lean away from the Jon Stewart and just have him be a different former military man named John as a Green Lantern, fine with me. But I want to see it, and I want to see it where he can get some significant screen time. I'm not asking for him to have his own show on the CW, but I don't want him to just be a background player who shows up in other people's shows every couple episodes.
How about if they do this? The Green Lantern show on HBO Max is his own separate thing, which is really not because everything's a multiverse.
Of course.
But we have a new superhero show up in Freeland at the same time John shows up to because he's heard about all the crazy stuff that happened in Freeland last year, and he wants to make sure his sister's okay, his little sister's okay, whatever. But a new superhero shows up called Green Light.
Request denied.
Aside from Green Light, I'll give you one adjustment. Lila's a card-carrying badass. Like, if anything, she would be telling him, like, she has her ear to the ground. She would be telling him, like, hey, did you hear about the shit in Freeland? You should probably go check that out.
Yeah.
I mean, they definitely have to do a little bit of retcon work, because at this point, he would have known Black Lightning. He saw Black Lightning with his face off, with his mask off. I mean, and so they definitely
I feel like
do
that crew
have
all
to
knows each other at this point.
They need to. I mean, it needs to be retcon, but it's an easy retcon. Oh, on Earth Prime, she's my stepsister because she's my stepdad's daughter, right? It's an easy fix with Crisis in a way that makes sense for the show, that people will accept. And yeah, I agree. I would love to see that also. Like, I want to see anybody from the other shows, let's call it from the Vancouver side of the productions, go down to Atlanta and appear in... well, not anybody. I don't want Gary from Legends, but anyone who's a good character to go down and
Mona
be in
too.
Black Lightning. No, not Mona. No.
Something serious might actually be able to happen to them and Black Lightning. Like, they might actually get destroyed or something.
Lock them up
like,
with Tobias Rao in a locker room and okay.
No, give
right.
Gary like a real, like, send him to Atlanta. Let him go through some ringers over there and give him an actual backbone and send him back to the Wave Rider. Like, give him a Wesley from Buffy, an Angel kind of story arc.
He does not deserve that kind of story arc. How dare you?
No.
Well, neither.
We
To
should
be
call
fair,
it-
I
neither
have no
did
idea.
Wesley.
I've
and-
never seen that guy before. For all I know, he's a Shakespearean actor. I have no idea.
You know, I felt the same way about Wesley until it happened.
Oh, see, I don't agree. I mean, I didn't like Wesley, but it wasn't the same way. It's like we weren't supposed to like him. I think we are supposed to like Gary.
You think?
I think we're supposed to. He's stupid,
I thought we were supposed to roll our eyes at him.
I
mean,
can't
they
tell I'm
certainly
supposed to
treat him
anymore.
that
I don't
way,
know how
but-
intentionality in the Legends universe is beyond me at this point.
You know what Legends needs? Less Firestorm, less Adam, and more Gary, apparently. That's what they think is the recipe to success. And
I will say, though, they pulled off that
can't believe
finale.
they wrote
They
the
pulled
rat
their
out.
finale off pretty strong, I thought.
That was
did.
good. I enjoyed that.
I'll give them credit where it's due. I mean, they brought it around. They know what they're trying to do. And yeah, my favorite Legends season was definitely season 1. I liked it when they took it a little bit more seriously, but I get that that's not what they're trying to do. But it is frustrating. Like
They've definitely
have
gone a
these-
different direction with it.
They have these great characters like Sarah and Constantine, and they waste so much time on Gary and Mona. Are you freaking kidding me?
I wonder what the focus groups were like on that one. So we have these superheroes. No, more Mona and Gary. I guess
They're not doing focus groups for that show.
Oh yeah, I know that.
It doesn't get enough ratings.
They can't afford that for that. Yeah.
their focus group is reactors on YouTube.
If it had a focus group, I don't know if it'd still be on the air.
I mean, they're genuinely, their viewership is like just at 1 million most of the time. Like, it's the bottom rung of what I think you can like this. It actually is kind of mind blowing in a way. Like, I've never seen a show subsist on that kind of viewership. I didn't even know you could do that. But as they pointed out, I think beginning of last season, they have a small but loyal following. I enjoyed them putting a pin on that. It's true though.
I can't help but feel like we missed out on. Like, I feel like we were sold a bill of goods with Legends to some degree. Like, I have enjoyed Legends more the last couple of years. But, you know, when you think back to that first trailer where you have, like, Rip Hunter saying, I've seen, Dark Knight's Broken and Men of Steel fall or something like that. And you're just like, holy shit.
This was supposed
what
to be
are we going to
epic.
be in for? Like, I thought, like, this week we're going to visit Sergeant Rock, and this week we're going to visit the original Red Tornado, and this week we're going to go and here's, Alan Scott. I thought that's what, and they kind of delivered on that a little bit, but.
They have done a good job exploring the universe, but they definitely have, and it took them about 3 seasons to completely abandon the original tone, and now they've just gone into an entirely different thing. Like, anybody who's watched the first half and the second half of what you already have on your plate, and either like gotten on board or gotten off board, I totally get it.
I know, I understand. I don't really understand, but I acknowledge that the first season is everyone's or many people's favorite. But
it's also
to
the
me-
least favorite to a lot of people. Like, if you
It's
put
my
that
least
out, if you
favorite.
put that on Twitter right now, most people are going to tell you that they think that is by far the worst season of the show. Which I don't.
season
really
2
get.
might actually be my least favorite.
Yeah.
Legion of
good
call.
Doom, right?
It still hadn't figured out what it was, but it didn't have Snart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, season 1 had a lot of good qualities, and especially its ambition was fantastic, and some of the characters really popped. And then there were other moments like, I did not need to hear any more about the interconnection between Stein and, what's his name? Sorry. Jax. Yeah. There were some execution errors, in a way. Like, they didn't find their feet in the first season. There were
And
things
I
to
like
like and things to not, but...
I like the character of Vandal Savage. I just hated how he was written. It was just, oh my gosh, he
Yeah.
was so annoying.
I didn't like the actor.
Yeah,
I
that's it.
felt
It
like
was taxing. Yeah, it was rough.
And he was the only part of season 1 that knew what the show was going to become.
yeah.
I liked him.
Like, so-
Casper Crump, I liked him. I thought he did a good job in the Arrow Flash crossover that year, the Legends kickoff event, where he actually was facing off Arrow against Arrow and Flash and Diggle and everybody else. All the way through
That was
Legends, I thought he did a good job as the character. No, he wasn't. I wouldn't say his characterization was ripped out of the page, but
I feel like you watched Superman Returns and then did a villain.
Well, he wasn't going after land, so.
No, he was going after love.
Yeah.
No, he thought that Superman was the villain in that movie. He's like, stalker.
So he wasn't?
But like, if you think back to Legend Season 1, the connections that they did tie to the other shows, like, what was that, Arrow Season 4, so like they had Damien Dark appear in an episode in the past, like in the pilot or in the second one.
Yeah.
They had Oliver Queen show up. They had Laurel Lance was in the first episode, and they did that kind of stuff throughout the season. You got glimpses of different characters like Old Man Oliver. We saw Jonah Hex. You were talking about visiting other places. They felt like they were part and expanding of a DC universe, and now pretty much all we get is like them going back to like Victorian England or something like that. Like they're going, like they're leaning too far into like actual historical people, I feel, and they've definitely veered away from DC.
Yeah, I think the closest we ever got to that was, I think the last time we really got into that was the Damien Dark, Eobard Thawne, and who was it? Who was the third one? Malcolm Merlin. I think that was the last time we got a pure kind of still we're in DC.
Yeah, that was like they formed the Legion of Doom, they called it, and they went against the JSA early in that season. That wasn't actually that bad either. The first season was my favorite as well. And like Brent said, I think honestly, Star City 2046 was probably one of my favorite episodes. So I mean,
yeah, me too. Actually,
that was solid all the way around.
To go back on what Dave was saying, the first trailer, they actually had the Flash on a mission with them, and what I got from that was Flash and Green Arrow are going to be going on various missions with them. Not all of them, but some of them. And we would get something like a Justice League Unlimited type thing where some heroes would be going out for 2 episodes, then some other heroes would be going out for a couple episodes. But instead, we didn't see the Flash at all. I don't think he's ever appeared on a show minus crossover.
I don't think he has either, but you got to remember that wasn't a trailer. That was a proof of concept for the upfronts, and they were upfront about that. Like, they were never saying this is the trailer for season 1. That whole thing was this is what we're showing to the advertisers, so we can try and get this thing greenlit. And I loved it. I watched it so many times. So I love the opening. You know, it starts off with Oliver saying, "I started this alone. Didn't think it was going to go on," and then things got weird, and it cuts to Barry getting struck by lightning, and he says sometimes the team isn't enough, and you have this massive crowd of people. I've clearly watched that thing too many times. You have this massive crowd of people surrounding him, and it was absolutely epic looking. It was absolutely epic looking, and
it was.
I don't know if they ever reached that height with that first season, but I feel like they were in the ballpark. Whereas, don't get me wrong, I enjoyed the season finale this year. I thought it was hysterical. But it is nowhere near as compelling to me as what they were doing early on.
All right, give them this, though. Listen to everybody talk about it. I'm kind of having a realization. We've talked about Legends on both parts of this episode at some point, because we veered into it. They used it as an opportunity to expand the universe in a way that I don't think we got the crossovers. I don't think we got the big things without this thing. And for better or worse, that it has kind of played its part.
No, I'd say
I appreciate that.
I definitely say you're right, but kind of looking at the crossovers themselves, I mean, look how the crossovers became, and they've reached their epic height with Crisis. I mean, even Faults included with that crossover. I mean, they made it the event, and it's grown and grown and grown to a point. I mean,
they're kind of saying next year that we're not trying to pull that off exactly.
But still, it's an expectation. You're right. Why would they? But the expectation is just like it's still going to be quote unquote an event that people are at least going to tune in for, even if you haven't watched it. People still tune in for it.
Yeah, I mean, I've outright told people, in my personal life that just casually like something, like, you just need to stop and watch 5 hours of this thing. Well, have you ever watched that? Yeah, it's CW. It's kind of and there's all kinds of things people say about CW in general. Like, and half the time, like, I get what you're saying, and other times I want to defend it, but for this in particular, just carve out like 5 hours, grab this one thing, and I promise you, you're gonna just have the best time. Like, if nothing else, if Legends achieved nothing else, it got us there.
And then you go from
to an
CW
extent,
shows.
Yeah. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, okay. I was like, then you go from CW shows, and then you go, teen drama, things like that, and then you go to something like HBO and Watchmen. It's like you can run the gamut of you pick your DC, and you'll have it. I mean, everything from kids, teens, adults, you got it. DC's got it.
Yeah, I've never run out of things I could just throw something like, hey, have you watched this?
And it's all canon.
They cast a very wide net. They cast a very wide net with their television properties. I mean, everything. Yeah. I mean, if you look at like just DC Universe pre-Stargirl, okay, it sure seemed like they were only interested in the super mature audiences, if you will. Or if you look at the CW, like maybe they're not as interested in going that way and they want to keep it over here. But they do, if you are someone with access to the gamut of it all, the shows on the CW, the shows on the CW, on DC Universe, and then what we have and what we know is coming to HBO Max next year, they do cast there is a very large, wide variety of DC live-action television.
Yeah. Whatever age you are, I can tell you, like, hey, have you seen this?
Mm-hmm.
There's no demographic that they've left out, completely.
No.
And even their animation, you got your kids and you got Young Justice leans very hard to a more of a adult audience these days.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I just randomly started watching a part of, I think it was DC Superhero Girls, and then all of a sudden I realized like 20 minutes had passed, and I was just like, I'm down. This is great.
That gets a lot of flack if it comes up, but it is great because we need those properties to get the younger fans, because otherwise it's all going to end because the old fans are all going to die off. And if you don't have people to replace them, then these characters would die off.
Yeah. Yeah, we need, like, it's part of the whole fan continuity thing. We all have to be there. We have to pass this on to other people.
Yeah, it's like,
it's kind of the reason I'm looking for like Justice League action to show my daughter.
Right.
Yeah.
Like,
instead we get
try to show her like Batman the animated series, and the problem is it's like the show is a little bit slow, and she's like 19 months old.
She's too young for it. She's too young. Yeah.
Well, hey, Brave and the Bold though, they've got that on DC Universe.
Actually, I hadn't tried that yet. I might try that. But that's the point. That's what you're saying. Is there's something there's something I can just throw at her and see if it sticks.
Well, it seems also that all these properties do have their detractors and trolls or whatever, but it seems that
can't win everybody.
Yeah, you can't win everybody, but it seems people are more accepting of everything else of DC for the most part, except when it comes to the movies. Like you don't have. I mean, again, you have your detractors, but you don't see people wanting to burn down the building because Beware the Batman or Brave and the Bold just isn't canon. Everyone kind of accepts it's not meant to be canon.
Yeah.
Well, when Brave and the Bold came out, though, people I saw a lot of I was unfortunately part of a lot of DC groups on Facebook, and
we're sorry.
There was so many. That
was not a good time or place to be there.
It's a wasteland. We talk about Twitter being, a shitstorm, but Facebook is Facebook is so much worse in some ways.
Yeah.
But, everybody was like, I don't want this bullshit. This isn't Batman the Animated Series. This is Adam West bullshit. And it was just, you couldn't get around it. It's just like how you can't get around people bitching about Teen Titans Go. Like, yes, I get it. You like the old thing that was slightly less kidsy. And I do mean slightly less. I've seen that shit. It's kidsy. But whatever, y'all.
But it wasn't trying to be anything else, though.
Yeah, but just because they sit there and call it, anime, doesn't mean it wasn't kidsy as shit. Like, it was still, pretty toned down, man. Like, it wasn't some HBO Spawn or anything. I don't know. But yeah, there's always a bunch of assholes.
Brave and the Bold has
I've always
an
been curious
episode
about
that.
the difference between why is there so much vitriol about movies, whereas with TV people just kind of change the channel.
I don't know. What were you saying, Brent?
Brave and the Bold did an episode about that very thing. It was with Batmite, and he basically they talk they put it out there. It's super meta of how people aren't going to want it because it's not the super serious thing that came before it. And it's a pretty funny episode. To answer the question about the movies and TV, I think it's numbers. I mean, far more people see the movies. Even the movies that, let's call it, are not exactly box office hits, than watch these cartoons and watch these shows on the CW and DC Universe. Far more people see the movies. That's why the movies get all the attention.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so just sheer volume. That's fine. It just seems like they're... also, the outspokenness, it kind of surprises me sometimes. Like, somebody can go see a movie and in 2 hours, feel absolutely betrayed. Whereas they can watch a season of a show and just kind of shrug it off like, it's not for me.
I think the only real difference is more people are going to say that about a movie if it's not for them, and you're just going to see more of that particular thing than a TV show. That's it. Like, there are tons of people out there who's like, I don't like what they're doing here. I don't like this show. Oh, okay. But when you start to talk about movies, like, suddenly it's serious because there's so many more people watching it. Like, I think Brent's absolutely right.
GA gets involved.
Yeah. There's just...
I think there's jealousy involved, though, too. Especially when it comes to what they've done on the CW with those shows. Because look at what they've... look at the reaction when Elseworlds promo photos came out, and we saw Tyler Hoechlin's Superman in a black suit. Not even the exact same one, but look at the reaction that people had. Oh, we get the black suit there, but we can't have the black suit in the movies and stuff. And I think a lot of people are not willing to look at, the CW definitely has some cheesy effects sometimes. And yet it's what they are. It's like, oh my gosh, Flash and Nora. Those two, Flash and XS, during that season, anytime they were running side by side, it looked horrible.
Terrible.
But you know what? If you look at what they're actually doing, what they've actually been able to achieve with the Arrowverse on these small scale budgets, and not even like big budget for network TVs, but small budgets, it's absolutely incredible what they've been able to achieve. And a lot of people can't handle that DC's biggest universe that's going is on the CW.
The fun part is the people who didn't want to put up with that, the CW swallowed the rest of your universe.
They did.
To echo your point, Brent, we're getting a Superman show. We can't get a darn Superman movie to save our life these days, but we'll get a Superman TV show.
Superman has just think back of Superman on TV. He has had several. This just include the Supergirl too. The Supers have just a great track record on television. There's Supergirl, there's Smallville, there's Lois and Clark, there's the Superboy show, which went for 3 or 4 seasons, and they had to recast their main character instead of creating a brand new one because they knew what they were doing, but still they had to do it. And all the way back, Superman has just had, not to mention all the animated stuff, has had a lot of success on TV. So I'm really not that surprised at this point that they are doing a Superman show on television. I don't know if they would do it if... I'm going to use the shorthand that everybody uses, Man of Steel 2. If that was coming out next year, I don't know that we'd be getting Superman and Lois. But... they're not shying away from multiple versions of the characters. I don't believe the people who say the TV show is the one holding the movie back. I don't buy that at all. There's no evidence to support it.
That's ridiculous.
And at some point it was the movies holding the TV back, and I think that idea is out of the the Warner Brothers executives' minds at this point. They've finally gotten over it. It was a real thing at some point, but
100%, yes.
Oh yeah, we would have gotten Bruce Wayne in Smallville season 6 if Batman Begins was in production.
Yep. Or we would have kept Deadshot and Arrow, but no.
Deadshot, Waller, the entire Suicide Squad.
There was an entire show. Yeah,
there was talks of a Diggle spinoff for Suicide
Harley
Squad.
For a second.
You're right. They did have Harley in it. And
Deathstroke too. We kind of came in and out because they were thinking about doing something with him.
Yes, exactly. And
Ted Cord.
Manu was a huge loss too.
Ted Cord was a big one.
Great Deathstroke.
Because Brandon Routh would have basically been Ted Cord.
Right.
Yes, and it's one of my big. It's honestly one of my big complaints about the entire Arrowverse at this point. For all it's given us, it's a little bit of a bitch. I know, I'm being petty, but you've teased Ted Cord so many times. Give me that fucking Beetle.
The thing is, they've tried, and they the powers that be wouldn't let them. because allegedly
there's always a
there's
blue
this,
and gold movie in production,
Yep.
theoretically.
Yeah, it's not
Wasn't
happening.
Guggenheim the one who was supposedly writing it too?
Yeah.
At one point,
He was,
yeah.
Yeah, that was who was
I think
developing
through
it,
Berlanti
yes.
even, because Berlanti's
yeah,
got
but
his hands
it
on
was still a
every damn
case
thing.
of they're not saying like Berlanti and company can't work with them, just has to be a theatrical movie, not part of the CW.
It's just so ridiculous.
Well, there was an idea originally they didn't want to confuse people, and they've gotten over that, thankfully. But
it's just ridiculous that it's taken them this long that they can't accept the public can't see, like, oh, there's a Superman on the movie and there's a Superman on TV. I mean, I know people can be idiots in sometimes, but for crying out loud.
We can deal with two universes of things. It's okay.
I mean, you do still
Well, I
get
think-
the people who ask why Aquaman wasn't in the Avengers. So those people are definitely out there. But it's when you give us 3 versions of Barry Allen's Flash in one event, 3 different versions. No, like the current people in charge do not have those same hang-ups. Thank you, Jim Lee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many Bruce Waynes are there now?
Potentially
honestly,
4 in
on TV?
2021, depending on what happens with Titans.
I'll give you an example, though. I've genuinely been asked twice why they recast Batman for Batman vs. Superman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. A lot of people
They
think that...
thought it was Bale. They thought it was supposed to be Bale.
Which, ironically, would have made more sense because we saw his career. But...
Yeah.
But no, like people... And even that, like the people who asked that, it's like... I guess, but it's like... I mean, it was technically the same Batman from Keaton to Clooney all the way through there and stuff. And it's like...
I do get how that error happened in that way, yeah.
And so,
But it's still a matter of not paying really any kind of close attention at all.
I agree. I mean, the movie makes it pretty clear that, and even if it is, well, why'd they recast him? Even if they wanted it to be the same Batman, because they wanted to recast him because Christian Bale was done and basically said as much.
Yeah.
Yeah, the people who don't follow it don't. They're like, oh, why did they get rid of Christian Bale? And you're like, because he literally said he didn't want to do any more.
Because dude's a great actor, but he's also a bit of a diva, and when he's done, he's done. He's out. It's over.
Yeah. And the minute you start bringing in people like Superman, or even, for God's sake, God forbid, Robin, he's like, no, me dressing up like a bat, that's fine. That's realistic. That's what Nolan brings to the table. But when you bring in a kid or someone who's slightly younger than me and a man who can fly, that's bonkers.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that shit. That's not art house.
Yeah.
By the way, in interviews, I've been faking an American accent because I didn't want to confuse the American audience. Jesus.
Oh, you say what I think.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I have issues with Bill. I just don't like the
Really? I
guy.
didn't
I don't
notice.
like him.
I know how you feel about Rises. I still like all 3 of those movies. So, and their version of Robin, hey, I was glad they did anything related to that. But yes, I would love to see a quote unquote real Robin in a movie. You know, I love what they've done with Nightwing and Jason Todd over on Titans for the most part. Like, that's been some great stuff. I would like to also see him theatrically. And yeah, I want to see, you know, Dave and I talked about this in episode 590, whatever that was, 599.
599.
Want to see Robin on the penultimate. Want to see, no, not the penultimate. That makes this the last. Want to see Robin on the CW also. Right. You know, he wants Damian because he doesn't like the fun of Tim Drake, even though he claims Tim Drake is his favorite Robin. I want to see Tim Drake. But regardless, I want all the Robins, but the movies need a Robin. I mean, at this point, are we going to really let Chris O'Donnell be the only Robin we get theatrically?
Right now, unfortunately.
For now, I have faith that it's going to actually turn around, but I don't know exactly when yet.
So, look, I think when we get Tim Drake, I want it to be perfect. I don't see my perfect Tim Drake showing up on Batwoman at this point.
I think you're going to need to accept that your perfect Tim Drake is not showing up anywhere. Ever.
Well, damn it. Just like I still want my Connell with a leg belt. What do you want from me, man?
You know I'm in the front of that line. I'm with you. But
I mean, heck, we didn't even get a true Tim Drake in the animated show. It was a combination. It was basically Jason Todd, but we're calling him Tim Drake.
Yep.
At least they went with the good name. You know, it's like.
That's true.
But no, you're right. It's like the best Tim Drake we've really had animation-wise is probably on Young Justice, where he was in the background in 3 or 4 episodes. You know, and
that's one of the most disappointing things
being an
to me about Young
doing
Justice.
Anything too wrong.
But I want to see Tim Drake. And yeah, I want to see Damian. And, Jason Todd, he needs to meet that crowbar, and we've got Nightwing on Titans, and it's all great, but one of these Robins needs to show up in the movies.
This is something I fight with a lot. Like, I hate that there's like a Jason in the Bat family, and he's such a douchebag, but he is.
It's not reflected on you. Oh, that Jason's a douchebag, so all Jasons are douchebags.
I know.
Wouldn't you be more worried about Jason Voorhees or someone like that?
No, all Jasons on
the Jason
all
name?
Jasons in media are terrible.
So basically, Jason is the Karen.
Yes.
Yes.
Jason is, and you know what, Karen. Also, a very violent version most of the time. And most of the time, when something ends a Jason, I'm like, yeah, that should have happened. Like, I didn't pick this name.
Hey, should we get a Stephanie Brown and a Carrie Kelly too while we're at it?
Yes.
I mean,
yeah.
No, not. Well, I don't. No, just not as Robins. Stephanie Brown, yeah, she was Robin for 5 minutes, but I think she is a much better character as Spoiler, and she had a really cool design as Batgirl. Like her costume design was really good. So
Honestly,
personally
I just love
would
the
rather
name
see
Spoiler
those.
so much that I'm into it.
Yeah, it's a good one.
It's a good one.
Yeah, I was a big proponent of pretty much the entire Robin solo run with Tim Drake, and then he was dating Spoiler, and I just love that run so much. Like all of it. Just starting off with him running around trying to stop Jean-Paul Valley, and so good. All of that should be its own show.
Remember everything with Dick Grayson and Court of Owls was fantastic.
Yeah, but not
There's
Tim
just
Drake.
a lot to explore with the Robins, is my point. That's all.
There's a great issue of the Dixon Nightwing run where it's just Nightwing and Tim's Robin hanging out for a night, as a couple of brothers and just talking about life and girls and crime fighting and dealing with Bruce. And I would love to see that or something similar in live action.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, Batman and Robin Eternal I thought was excellent, just because that's one of the most recent best explorations of every one of them, and showing how important Robin is.
Yeah,
the Robin 80-page or 100-page 80-year thing had some good moments here and there, but one of them was it was pretty much Dick deciding, you know what, I think it's time for me to get out of here, and the whole thing was Batman the entire time just saying follow my lead. You don't get to make decisions. You are basically saying you're my subordinate. This is how this works. The whole thing. And it turned out, I think that I'm pretty sure that it turned out it was his 18th birthday, and that was part of his present to him. Was he was so overbearing that day that he made him make the decision that he just pushed him over the edge of yeah, I'm going to start my own thing. Sorry, man. I appreciate everything you've given me. And it was just there's a quiet moment of Batman in the cave going yeah, that had to happen.
Well, little different than Old Wounds in that episode. Just
yeah,
man, that was visceral. I was impressed they showed that. Just that was a pretty cool episode. Just him decking him right there. Ooh.
And yet there's so much
of cathartic though for a lot of people.
Yeah.
So much of Old Wounds and Batman animated series now is tainted for me knowing that Bruce gets together with Barbara.
Damn you, Tim.
Longingly looking on the roof.
Damn you, Tim.
It's just so weird. Especially that Hardak episode of animated series where he's like, Barbara, I haven't seen you since you were 12. And I'm like, ooh. You still doing the gymnastics? Oh.
I always thought Hardak was kind of creepy. I liked him. I just at the time I always found him to be a little creepy, but such a great character.
That was a great episode. Great 2 episodes, 3 episodes, whatever it wound up being. I've got my little Batman Hardak duplicate action figure standing here.
Nice.
What do all you guys want to think I can't even think or talk. Good Lord.
Word better, Dave. Word better.
What does everyone look forward to? What do you hope is coming down the TV line? What do you hope Jim Lee is doing with his whatever he's doing, his master plan, his little Cartmill master plan thing that he's doing? Do you want to see the TV shows come together in a cinematic crisis?
The meeting between Ezra and Grant's on Crisis. I want to see that from Ezra's perspective. And I think there's a non-zero chance that it'll happen. I don't know if I would be willing to bet on it, but I can't rule it out as a possibility right now because it does seem a little odd to me that Jim Lee would have lobbied to have Ezra in Crisis the way he did if they didn't want to do anything else with it. I kind of hope we see it. I don't know if we will, but if you want to know one thing we hope, I mean, the other thing I hope for is to see Kate Kane show up in season 2 of Batwoman, but I feel like I have a better chance of getting to see Ezra's perspective.
As a guest star, at least I'd put money on it.
Oh yeah, I would too. I think we're getting that. There's no way. But Carolyn Dries said that one of the big driving factors of season 2 is going to be what happened to Kate Kane.
Yeah, because she's missing just like Bruce is missing, and then when Ryan Wilder, whatever her name is, goes missing, then we'll have a new Batgirl or Batwoman come in, and she can be the missing one.
Importantly, though, do you think Kate is with Bruce? Are people like kidnapping these Wayne/Kanes and being like, no more Bat for you?
I really thought that the Superman, because they said they were going to do the Superman and Lois and Batwoman, like that was the crossover this year. Other characters would show up, but it was on those 2 shows. I really thought that they were going to be doing something along the lines of the hunt for Bruce Wayne. Where did he go? Find Bruce Wayne. And then the day after I recorded an episode of fans saying that, or really it was that evening, they had a version of Bruce Wayne through Tommy Elliott, so obviously they've cast him, show up on it. And I was like, oh my gosh, I nailed it. I called it. They're definitely doing this. And all out the window, obviously. I don't know at this point what they're doing. I like your optimism that Ruby Rose will show up on Batwoman. I couldn't bet on it right now.
I don't have... I have less optimism that it'll be... What I really think will happen is we'll have a season of Where the Hell Did Kate Go, and then season 3 will be Kate's return, but not Ruby Rose's.
Interesting.
Possible. I've got a... All right. My bet is it's not so much that it'll be a return of Kate Kane. More, I think it might just be that they ended not completely amicably, it feels like, but enough that if she came out for a couple weeks or even just a week or whatever, just a guest star, pop in, resolve a plot line kind of thing. I think they just might use her to resolve the plot line and move on.
You know, your question you asked about, you know, what's the future of it? I think we're starting to see it, and it's one of those things. You know, thanks to the streaming, I'm wanting Warner Brothers, DC, what have you, those characters, those properties that they just want to put out movies and just can't. Here you go. I mean, for crying out loud, Doom Patrol, you can't put that in a movie. I mean, not in the way that they want to. And so you put it on streaming, and it's a huge success. So lean into those properties that it may not be your Batmans, your Supermans per se, but those other ones that have a great following, great storytellers, and for crying out loud, also lean into your actual creators of those and get their opinion on it. They're the ones who write it, and they're the ones who are selling it.
Yeah. And, you know, I think the DCEU, or at least the Zack Snyder portion of it, I think we're very much, I just don't see them doing what they're calling the Snyder Cut without actually just finishing that 5-arc storyline. I think they will do that. I really do. I don't think there's any way they're not going to at this point.
I'm hoping.
It's just begging to be milked. Yeah.
It is. And I think
they should ride that wave.
And I think that's why we're not seeing Henry Cavill getting his own movie announced right now. He's fair. Tied up. He can cameo. He has time to cameo. But that dude's tied up telling Zach's story for a minute.
I mean, to be fair, they have a slate right now for the next couple of years also. I mean, even if they announced it, it'd be like a 2023, 2024 movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so they're saving that, of course.
But they'll have a slate for the movies, and if they do another slate for a streaming universe, then they can make accommodation.
Oh, there's more options for sure. There's more options, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if Henry Cavill knew exactly when the next Superman movie was going to be.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
And the thing
he
is,
hasn't let go of the thing the entire time. Like at no point has it felt like Henry was off board.
No,
he honestly, he's been the source of hope.
Yeah,
God forbid.
He loves that role. That's just he's always been enthusiastic and like playing the long game. It's yeah.
And they can lean hard into Crisis now in the sense of, okay, we still have a multiverse. Screw connectivity. If you want them to connect, okay, they can go different Earths at that point. But you've now given yourself an out to say it doesn't have to be connected. I'm not worried that Young Justice isn't in the CW universe. If they want to, sure, let's put it there. But they don't have to.
Yeah,
it still astounds me that a network with comparatively few viewers, given the rest of the network landscape, and even shows that have comparatively few viewers, given the rest of the everything, and that's the spot that I think is going to be the linchpin for where they may be able to guide everything. Like, just Ezra showing up is that changed everything.
I keep talking to people who don't realize any of those shows are CW shows. They're like, oh yeah, when Netflix releases the new one. Like, what are you talking about? It's on right now.
That's part of why those shows are still going, is because Netflix has been a very lucrative deal for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
People think they're Netflix originals.
Plus 8 days deal, I think, is still a real thing.
Mm-hmm.
The exception, I think, is Batwoman. I cannot find that on Netflix.
It's not.
I told you. It's on HBO.
Batwoman and is it Kate Keane, whatever the Riverdale spinoff is, were the first two of a series of productions from the CW that were going to be going to HBO Max and not part of the Netflix deal that all the other shows are part of. So if you look at it on HBO Max, you get like Crisis Part 2 or whatever it is, and don't get any of the others.
Yeah.
Yeah, you still got to buy the international DVD.
Travis, what's it like in up there in your neck of the woods in Canada? Do you have Batwoman on Netflix?
No, Batwoman is on its own app. Arrow's on its own app. The Flash, Black Lightning, and Supergirl are on Netflix. Legends is on its own app as well.
Good Lord,
that's so weird.
Good God,
that's way worse than HBO Max.
It's anarchy.
Universe.
Yeah, it's anarchy.
I feel so bad for bitching about anything I've done.
Oh, I don't. No, don't feel bad. Just because his situation is worse doesn't mean it's not still crappy having it all.
Yeah,
both situations are crappy.
I understand the perspective, but damn, man.
You can still bitch about yours, but just remember there's always somebody that got it just a little bit worse.
Yeah. If I may add, like, we do get the CW shows on Netflix eventually, but like, if Batwoman isn't on Netflix, it's really nowhere. I cannot access it legally. There is no, like, there's no other outlets.
I mean, you could probably get it on.
Sometimes it like ends up with a cable channel or something, or like another service that really you don't want or need. But usually you just can't find it. You just have to wait for the licensing to figure themselves out and just go, yeah. Now you get the entire season suddenly, and it's just weird. And sometimes it's weekly episodes that we get like a bit later than in the US, but sometimes it's just you have to wait till the season's over and then it drops, and by that time you've been spoiled 10 times over. So yeah, it's not ideal.
That's even worse than me.
Yeah, welcome to Europe. Yeah.
I think we figured out everything's worse than you right now.
I mean, honestly, a lot of these shows are about vigilantes. They would approve if you just stole the show. Just grab that shit, man.
I'm not sure that will hold
get
up.
it.
Oh, Jason.
Travis, you have failed this city.
Yes, I have, Chris.
Oh,
yes,
ironically
yes,
enough, I'm the guy who has literally gotten a cease and desist from HBO.
Oh, damn.
I have that memo history. I can pull it up.
That was a janky John Oliver episode, man.
Yeah.
You knew better.
Yeah. I know. It was a moment of frustration. I've been a professional pirate for some time. I slipped up finally. They got me.
Oh, well. No, here the most they do against that is like blocking the Pirate Bay through some legal actions, but that's about it. And there are so many alternatives. It's like they don't even understand.
Pirate Bay just shows up somewhere else like 10 seconds later.
Yeah, but
It's
like they've successfully, I think, forced the internet service providers to go, well, we have to now block all proxies that like still refer back to the Pirate Bay. But I'm like, I use Drupal. I'm glad to like go elsewhere. I'll manage. And I have my VPN, so good luck, have fun. They're not that strict, so that is a good, like, that sort of compensates for the fact that we can't get everything in a timely manner or at all. So
yeah, licensing, man, licensing.
Mm-hmm. Has anyone here watched Pennyworth? Is that any good? I still haven't watched it.
Oh shit! I forgot about it.
Watched it.
I've heard good things, but yeah, it's just gone by, and I've heard good things in the sense that the few people that I've heard of, like, from, like, talking about this, they were positive, but it just
season 2 comes out this month.
Oh, there's a season 2. I did not even expect that.
I mean, it's coming.
People are watching
this month.
Okay,
wow.
We can do a fun exercise. Let's try to name all the DC shows at this point.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Oh fuck.
Oh, it really wouldn't be that hard. You just go by network.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Are you counting
yeah,
the
you
ones that
just
are
have
in
to-
production, but not not having been released, or?
I'll even take stuff that, given our original premise, because we were going to cover it all, I'll even take stuff that we've just not gotten around to or never, probably will never, like, stuff that's aired that we just never have touched, or stuff that we have.
Yeah.
So we know
I'll
about
get
all
around
the
to
CW.
Pennyworth.
I mean, technically, there's also Vertigo shows that sort of count, and like, you're never
No.
getting to those, because...
If it's not part of the DC universe, we're not. No, it
No,
doesn't
exactly,
count.
but...
I watched every
part
episode
the
of
brand,
iZombie.
so,
That was my line. We're not.
iZombie was your line. I pitched that several times. Like, no, this actually has some character to it.
Oh, that was good. I still
you
have to
wouldn't do it.
finish that sometime.
It actually had a good ending. I recommend it.
That's nice. Yeah, good.
I mean,
I
we
tried to
we
pick-
actually
I tried to
stepped
pick it
over
up,
our
but
line
then
a little bit for Lucifer, frankly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Superman literally ruled hell for a minute in the comics.
Yeah, I get it. I
Lucifer
Because
was in
Lucifer-
crisis. You're good.
Yeah, you got paid off.
Yeah,
for
and
that.
he was. Yeah, that was fantastic. That was one of my favorite moments. There are so many great moments in Crisis. Jesus, help me! I just.
one of the things
So
that won
happy.
us over though was like Lucifer was a little bit of a discussion, but then watching the pilot was so good. We thought, okay, yeah, we'll just pick this up, and then several episodes in, we're like, what have we done?
I don't think it was even several.
Ooh.
I think it was like one episode.
It's like 2 episodes in, we're like, what have we done?
What happened? What did we get ourselves into?
And then several years later, we're like, oh, this is finally paying off.
Yeah.
Like in the meantime, we've had Krypton, which was supposed to be Lobo and everything else.
Yeah, I miss Krypton a little bit.
I do.
Honestly.
There was a lot of promise to that show.
Did anyone watch that here?
The first
No, I watched
season,
both
just the
seasons.
first.
I watched the first season as well. Like, I didn't get around to the second one yet.
Well, is it a spoiler if we're never going to get any resolution? On something?
I've heard that there's
don't
like
think
a
so.
triple cliffhanger, and that's also kind of holding me back from going. I'll enjoy this. Let's watch it. It's
The thing that really hurts is like Nyssa Vex, freaking Wallace Day on a planet and looking up and seeing Thanagarians flying overhead and knowing that we're going to do the Rand
Rand.
Thanagarian war.
oh my god.
That was
that would've been cool.
That was going to be the next
Who
season.
canceled that? Whose head do I have to? Okay.
The budget.
That's
the
sci-fi.
budget.
Sci-fi apparently has a coin they just flip to see, what
Yeah.
survives and what doesn't.
That's a shame.
Must be the same coin that
No.
Netflix does. Like, how many shows you can count on that make it past 3 seasons on Netflix?
Oh God,
No, this-
yeah, it's hard. It's really hard
this-
to get invested in Netflix these days.
This is what I truly believe the sci-fi issue is. They sit down and they go, okay, what ambitious project that we had no way of sustaining is going to get the axe this year? Because they always we're the
all right,
sci-fi channel,
but-
we can do this, and then they just turns out, no, we were wrong again. We
In
can't.
the same conversation, they have. I feel like they start the meeting with, "Well, what can we do?" And then somebody says, "Well, how far can we take this?" And then they talk about it, and it gets exploded, and they go for it, and they greenlight it, and they spend all the money, and then like a year later, they say, "Well, so we have to cut that, right?"
They realize they're the sci-fi channel and they really don't have the budget they thought they
They
did.
just do not.
Right.
Like,
They-
we're
it's
talking
like they
about
forget.
people who largely subsisted on Mystery Science Theater reruns for a long time.
And probably still should be.
Yes. I would still watch them.
Well, you got to remember who owns the Sci-Fi Channel. Isn't it owned by NBC?
Viacom?
Yeah, so
it's
going to cost them a lot more money to get a show produced by Warner Brothers. And so that's really what it boiled down to, is the money just wasn't there for Krypton Season 2. That's why... for Krypton, that's why you didn't get a season 3. In my case, I watched the first season and thought it started off kind of bad and ended pretty strong. Never got around to the second season, and then I find out it's canceled. It ends on the triple cliffhanger that was mentioned, and I'm like, forget it.
Yeah.
Would you have gone back for it if they had Segel in Crisis like they were planning on?
They tried. They really tried.
I don't know if we could say they were planning on it. It was on their on their whiteboard of ideas. But
they asked him, and he just literally couldn't do it. He was going to be one of the elders in Argo.
I don't know if that would have made me go back to see the whole season, especially because I had seen season 1, so I already knew who he was.
Yeah, I think it would have just made me feel better about the time I invested. Frankly.
I would have liked if he had shown up on Crisis and was just like, this is just like that time, and just try to like wrap up all the cliffhangers in like a few sentences, and they're like, we really have to go. You don't understand.
Don't put that on the CW to fix sci-fi.
We had this Thanagarian war, and
it's like
just cut off.
It's like that initial final last season of X-Files where they were just like wrapping up everything, Lone Gunman, Millennium, everything that Chris Carter's that didn't get through. It's just like,
yeah, that's solid.
Everything had cliffhangers. Let's wrap it all up in this season. That Mulder's only in like 8 episodes of.
All right, another question. Something else that didn't make it in the crossover that they actually made a few phone calls about: Gotham.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do we feel good about the time we invested in that?
I think it's a fair question.
I like their Joker.
Nope.
I thought their Joker was awesome.
Cameron
Which one are you talking about?
The answer is yes.
Jerome? Jeremiah?
Yes.
Just all of it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That is the definition of a slow burn, and that was a big payoff.
He was.
I've not finished
also
the final season, so I'm like, I've only seen a picture of the final-ish Joker look, but
wait, you have not?
Yeah.
Oh God. Oh, you've got to see the final season. And, I realize now that I'm invested in the final season that I thought it was actually worth the payoff. Now that I've said that out loud.
Yeah, I would have appreciated... I mean, I watched the whole show. I would have definitely appreciated it if they had been able to work that out to have somebody from that show pop up in Crisis. And especially now that we know what it would have been like. It would have been 30 seconds of them running from the Wraiths or whatever. And I think that would have been fine, like see Gordon running by or something like that. I would have liked that.
Yeah,
it would have been very rewarding after all that time.
Yeah. But also, even if they didn't, I do feel good about the time I invested in that. There was some, like, Batman is still probably my favorite sandbox of the DC universe, so I am gonna be very happy if you give me a really good Hugo Strange, or like a Riddler that's pretty damn great. Like, we weren't watching for Fish Mooney, but that's for that.
God, no.
But there were some gems in there that were just like, I'm not gonna see this in a movie for years and years. So
no. That Penguin is gonna be hard to beat, even for Colin Farrell.
Yeah.
But
it's gonna be
seriously, like,
but
I would have been down. Just give me Ben McKenzie and a haggard Bullock running around with the skies red and a shadow of a bat in the distance. Like
Donald Logue, man, he just he would just pop in and make everything I was watching brighter. He was so good in that role, man. And I never imagined, and I actually did like Bullock in the animated series, but I never imagined such a performance. It was beyond my wildest expectations.
Absolutely.
Well, I don't know that I have anything else to talk about, honestly.
Have we exhausted all our content?
I doubt it. We can, if you give it 5 minutes, we'll come up with like 30 minutes more of content. I'm pretty sure everyone's dead.
I could pull up the TV time out and
coming.
Just scroll through the things that I haven't watched yet. And,
I can talk about Harley. I'll fangirl. That's fine.
Oh God, Harley. Whew.
Yeah, I watched the first. Get up to date on that. Oof.
Yeah, I watched the first few minutes, but
oh shit. Yeah.
That second season has gotten so much better. It
They're
was good before,
they're
but
swinging
man,
for the fences, man. They're doing it. It's like they
didn't
got
know-
that build up, but now they've ramped up. They're doing whatever they want, and it's wonderful. It's amazing, and it's hilarious at points. Like I've had some great laugh out loud moments, and that's rare these days.
There are two things in particular I never expected watching the Harley series. One, I honestly didn't think I'd cry, but I did.
Like
Yeah, I've
two
probably
at
cried the
this
last
show,
few
yeah.
episodes. Just
Several times.
poor Harley. Just
Yeah.
constantly. Poor Harley.
I was
Even
glad
the
to like
Ivy
get
death
a
scene earlier. Just fuck.
yeah.
That really got me. I knew she'd come back, and it still got me. But watching Granny Goodness get her ass beat made me so fucking happy. I hate that character so much. I indescribably hate that character. The closest I've ever gotten is Ed Asner voicing her, and I
yeah, I was
still
about to
hate
say,
her.
what do you got against Ed Asner?
It's nothing. I love Lou. God, I hate that character. And
elaborate for me, because I don't know a lot about the character, but how much is there to hate about the character?
it's only that some of the new gods to me come off as like just obtuse in a way. Like I can't relate to them in any capacity. And Granny Goodness always comes off as like just this strict disciplinarian for no reason. And every time I've ever read her, she's got her taglines of, these are my furies and all that other shit. But there's nothing I've ever been able to relate to. I just don't like her. I've never been able to find a way to get in touch with the character. I
think that stern, like that disciplinarian, that vibe is, I think, the point, because we're on Apocalypse. It's a fucking dystopia. So I'm like, it has to be shitty, and if that gives you like the headmaster Bullstrong, whatever her name is, in Matilda vibes, then you're that is like, you need those nightmare fuels in Apocalypse. I don't know. I have that, like, it's fine. It's just I'm not supposed to relate to Granny Goodness because something would be very off.
I don't know. There's something in that character who completely just, it reminds me of an old teacher I had. Who seemed to delight in terrorizing and punishing children. Like, she almost seemed
the Matilda
like
comparison was very apt.
Absolutely. She seems to delight in seeing someone try to escape or try to do something.
She literally delights in it.
Right. It just is she's like this
in the recent
teacher
Mr. Miracle Tom King run. She just that's her whole gig.
But this teacher of mine would, like, almost, you could see it in her eyes. She was happy when she caught you misbehaving. When, like, she would be happy that you misbehaved just so she could punish you.
I've had a moment here. I've had a realization. This has to do with my past, and I feel like I've had a breakthrough therapy moment in a way.
Ooh. See,
like,
the 600th episode has such moments of beauty.
Here's the thing. Mm-hmm. Every time I've seen Granny Goodness drawn or portrayed in any capacity, do you remember that bitch from Lady and the Tramp? The aunt.
Yeah, but she was like, wasn't she like super like gaunt and...
Doesn't matter. In my little tiny toddler brain, what I remembered was like a slightly wide woman who had arbitrary values about disciplinarianism and white hair. And I genuinely think maybe that's the root of this.
Okay, so it's a traumatic Disney film memory that has caused you to
Lady did nothing wrong.
No, she didn't. I know.
I think that may be at the root of this. I'm not sure. But I've never been able to get along with that character, and thinking about it as I've seen her portrayed, yeah, that actually might have something to do with it.
Wow.
I don't know, man.
What a therapeutic episode.
I'm now thinking, do I need to go watch Lady and the Tramp again? Because I haven't seen it since I was a kid. Because I don't remember the character you're talking about.
You can go on Disney Plus and watch the live action remake.
10 times in the last month.
That's my kids are on a Disney rotation thanks to Disney Plus, so we'll kind of go back and forth. I think we're going back and forth. Lady Tramp, 101 Dalmatians, Lady Tramp, 101 Dalmatians. Then we'll go Moana and
much better.
Yeah. I've watched all those in the last 2 months, but not that.
I think we're now
times.
on Robin Hood.
Oh, that's good. I need to
haven't
pull that
seen
one.
Robin Hood
That's a
in
good call.
forever.
See if I can talk her into Robin Hood Men in Tights. If I can get her into Robin.
Oh, if you're lucky. Yeah.
Yeah, I remembered that lady completely wrong from the Aunt Sarah from Lady and the Tramp. I remembered her completely wrong. She wasn't gaunt. She was like an Aunt B type.
She was an Aunt B type,
but like hateful. Yeah,
like almost
okay.
if you dressed her in apocalyptic armor. She might
sure.
be that lady.
Sure. But yeah, like I felt like, Granny Goodness, that's always been like the linchpin for Granny Goodness. And also she's always like a hair's breadth away from getting punished herself because Darkseid's a son of a bitch.
Yeah, Darkseid is. End of story.
He should be.
So like she takes out all of her frustration. She has no power. She takes all of her frustration on her Furies, and I don't know, man.
Yeah.
That seems pretty accurate.
Kick the cat.
Yeah, I mean now we've touched on some. There's personal grievances there. We can write a comic just from her perspective. Let's ask Tom King to do a Mr. Miracle here and go delve deeper.
It's actually one of
the title of the comic is Goodness Me.
Oh my god.
Just 12 issues of her just trying to do her damn best.
Yeah, it's like a picture
enough.
of her, like it's like a picture of Granny Goodness, like close up. She's looking down. There's a single tear rolling.
No.
Oh wow.
And then she bathes in the lake of fire and heads to bed.
Help, Tom King.
Yeah.
You're not
got
too
this,
busy
buddy.
writing a New Gods movie, right? Do this in between.
That's right. I'm gonna call this.
That's fair.
Is that okay, everybody?
I can live. Yeah, I'll be fine, I guess. I'll return to my life.
If anyone has anything, speak now, forever hold your peace, or at least until the next time you guys are on. Whoever.
Go to therapy, whatever.
Flash was terrible this year.
Awful.
Agreed.
I don't know. Okay, here's one. What was worth
this is fantastic. And
this season of Flash or Damien Dark Arrow?
Oh, Arrow season 4 was better.
I liked Arrow
At
season
least
4,
Dark
so.
set the universe up for something.
Flash
I don't
may
know
have
what Flash has
hit
done.
Flash may have had some higher highs because there was 2 or 3 good episodes, but man, the lows.
The lows were low.
I'm trying to decide if
Deeply
it's
misused Mirror Master and a Bloodwork character that could have been a lot of fun. That
the question I've been asking
working out.
is: was this the worst season, not just of the Flash, but of the DCCW period? Like that is the question I've been asking, and I'd have to compare it to like some Bebo stuff, and so I don't know if I could quite go that, but the fact that I'm asking the
do
question,
you want to
is
do
my
the
biggest
comparative
grievance.
analysis? Ooh.
It's bad. It was bad.
I don't think it's worse than Legends Season 2. I hate mind-controlled Rip Hunter. I hate mind-controlled anybody.
Yeah.
Mind control is one of my least favorite mechanisms in general.
I tried very hard to get through that season, but no, not yet.
But it's close. Like Arrow Season 4 is definitely better. Like Arrow Season 4, if you like extrapolate a Titan season out as far as a CW show goes.
Yeah.
Like the last I can't remember exactly how many episodes, but like probably like the back 5 of Arrow Season 4 was just like, what are we doing here? You had like Thea running around in that like underground suburb.
Yeah.
And then like Felicity's got to make the big decision to nuke the small town instead of the big city.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, and I don't even know what the hell happened at the end of
It just
all
ends
that.
with
Like, there was just
Oliver putting an arrow in Damien's heart.
Yeah. But there's like a whole thing where like Damien's
And he's just stabbing him, not even shooting. Just
yeah, he's just like in a
Just
cave, and then it's like a whole, I don't know, man. Like, but to me, Arrow Season 4 was great up until that point, so.
But we did get Constantine, I think, out of that.
We
season.
did get Constantine.
And Vixen.
Oh, yeah,
And-
that's true, too.
And it introduced magic into the universe, and I was there for all of that, and how cool was it at the beginning of that season when he goes to shoot an arrow and Damien just like catches it in air without even like touching it, And like Oliver's like, oh shit. Like,
well, this is going to be a thing.
There's a lot to love in season 4.
And the most plausible character died.
Wait, which one?
Laurel.
Oh yeah, and I was fine with that.
She had like 3 hours of training.
See, they retcon that shit
and Wildcat
though.
just shuffled away.
They retcon that shit totally, because like in Arrow season 1, she had chops, dude. Like she knew how to. She was defending herself.
She had some self-defense that she had learned from her father.
She said self-defense classes and that her dad was a cop. That was her 2 things.
It's
that she
not
said.
like when she started training, she was starting from nowhere. But I think she needed more time. What she needed was 2 or 3 good training montages that we could like show a passage of time. Like show her failing, starting to succeed, and then winning. Like we needed that kind of thing.
We needed to see Laurel slapping the water.
Yeah.
Hey,
well, look at Diggle.
No, I mean, you got Laurel with Wildcat for like, I don't know, maybe 3.5 minutes worth of screen time.
Yeah,
that was your entire montage, and I think it was dragged out over like 5 or 6 episodes.
Diggle spent 3 years before he became a hero training with Oliver, not even including all his military training before that.
See, I would disagree there. He spent 3 years before he took a name, before he got a code name. But he was like, think back to Arrow season 1. He was on that rooftop fighting Malcolm in the season finale, right there next to Oliver.
He was.
No, he wasn't.
He got
disposed of pretty quickly.
It was always clear that Oliver could take him. There was several training sessions here and there, like especially when they did that dual stick thing. I don't know what that's called.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was like episode 3. They were just like and like
variable acceleration.
Sure, but
variable acceleration.
That's what he called it. Actually,
you're right. Who taught him that?
Yeah,
Faye.
Faye.
Okay, I do have another question. Would you rather have another Krypton finale that is like full of cliffhangers but will never be resolved? Like another cancellation that just frustrates the hell out of you? Or another Titans finale that will be like followed up, but you're not sure if you want another finale like that?
Do you mean a frustrating Krypton finale or a frustrating Titans finale?
Yeah, there are different types. Yeah.
Are you saying
Which is the lesser evil?
A frustrating Krypton cliffhanger that does not get resolved versus a resolved frustrating Titans finale?
And we put resolved in quotes on Titans. Ugh.
Yeah.
I mean, well, resolved for some reason means, Donna Troy gets a little shock and dies. Whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, she'll come back from the Purple Ray or whatever it's called.
Of course she'll come back.
But it was still a crappy finale.
Superboy just stands there and watches everything.
Yeah, but it's not Donna Troy just like it's also Deathstroke being defeated in like 15 minutes, which we could have done like if it only took that. Like it was easy. It felt too easy.
You know what Deathstroke needed in that Titans finale? Quickly. Deathstroke needed a little Mirakuru.
Could have done wonders. I'll give him this. It's novel as an approach. Like normally, let's say you got 60 minutes for your finale of a season, and you're going to spend like 50 minutes of that, kind of, finalizing your season, and then you're going to spend like 10 minutes setting it up. Whereas apparently Titans, you spend 10 minutes finishing your season, and then 50 minutes getting into the next one.
Yeah,
and hopefully we all get there.
I really could have done with a focus on Deathstroke and then setting up the whole Cadmus situation again for a resolution in the first episode of the next season. If they were like they did that last time anyway to like set up next and that was Trigon. My God. No.
Yeah, I get it.
It's not like they ended the season then, so you might as well half end it now. Like if you don't have more episodes, it's just rushed.
I also understand that it makes me sound super cheap, but there were moments where they gave me fan service where I was like, Crypto, okay, cool. I'm going to cry about this. I'm so happy about it.
Yeah. To answer your question...
There's a lot going on there.
To answer your question, though, I would much rather have a frustrating but resolved finale rather than just, hey, one of my favorite characters is on a random planet and there are hawk people running around and you'll never see that shit.
Yeah, I feel that. I think, like, I am very frustrated, but I also am very glad to get another season that will be very, very good, at least until the finale. So, that's more hopeful.
Honestly, for me, I call it the Inception problem to some extent. I want you to tell your story and be done with it. Like, I don't want to headcanon my version of your ending. Tell your fucking story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would,
I would rather have an ending even if it's shitty. I can at least deal with that.
Yeah.
And I would really like it if, we could have showrunners come in and pitch their show and say, it's like, sort of like J. Michael Straczynski did back with like Babylon 5 and shit. Like, look, we got 5 seasons. That's the story. It'll cost this amount. Are you in or are you out? And I wish, like, I know why they don't do that, but I wish more networks were on board that, because I feel like a show would get more. If a network came out and said,
Harmon and
this show
Roland
will
pulled
not
it off. Like it's doable from time to time.
But they pulled it off they pulled it off after proving themselves over and over again for three times.
It was.
So, but I think if we had a situation where a network said, this show is going to last for 5 years, we're going to have X amount of episodes.
Yeah.
It's going to tell one singular story, but it also might cross over some other shit. Who knows? We're leaving it a little open, but this is what we're doing. We're going to let this guy tell his story. I think people like me, who has been burned so many times by shows getting canceled, getting pulled out from underneath us, I feel like I would be way more willing to jump on board and just be like, yes, take me on this journey. I don't want a Walking Dead situation where everyone tells me to watch it for 3 years and then says, don't worry about it when year 8 gets renewed. I don't want,
I specifically
Firefly.
did that to you. Yeah. That was a conversation we had.
So did Matt Carroll.
I think it was season 4, but yes.
Yeah, and about season 7, I think it was season 6 or 7. Matt was just like, "Yeah, it's not worth it." I'm like, "Yeah, this is why I haven't watched it yet." Game of Thrones. Payoff. Everybody told me like, "Oh, you gotta watch it." Until the end, they're like, "Yeah, that wasn't worth it."
Yeah,
that wasn't worth all the hours of incest.
Yeah, I get it.
So I think there would be a lot to be said. A lot of people would tune into something and give it a shot if they knew, it has a beginning, a middle, and an end, and we are guaranteed this journey.
Yeah. I've told you about a couple shows here and there that where you were excuse me, you were like on the fence, and I was like, no, it actually ends well. Oh, okay. And it, I mean, I've just knowing you, I know that this is a thing you value, and you've done the same to me. Like, if we know there's an actual termination point and it's worth it, like if there's a payoff at some point, I'll go through some slog here and there, but whatever. If it actually comes to something, I'm in.
And you've had to learn the hard way. I don't consider the showrunner answering a question in an AMA a solid ending.
No,
I'm like, no.
I've learned that the hard way. I know for sure that's not.
I'm like, I'm glad you know how My Name Is Earl was supposed to end, but I don't give a shit what he said in the AMA.
It is a Band-Aid. Like it's nice to know that even that existed, but it's not good enough.
No, it's depressing. Anything else, folks? Questions, concerns, heartaches?
I got nothing.
Many concerns, but none relevant to DC. So
excellent.
I miss Arrow.
We all miss Arrow.
That's a relevant concern. Yeah.
I am curious though. Based on what you've seen, do you think Green Arrow and the Canaries will fill that hole?
Oh, it won't for me, but for the time slot, maybe, and the street level vigilante.
That doesn't count.
Either that or Ryan Wilder. I just keep hoping that Stephen Amell doesn't have success with his wrestling show, and that in a couple years he's approached to do an Arrow season 9.
The guy gave us 8 years.
Yeah.
I mean, no.
Quiver, Brent. We can do Quiver storyline.
I'm not saying I
easy.
wouldn't be thrilled to have him back. I would be. But the guy gave us 8 years. Go back and listen to the anxiety attack he had on Rosenbaum show. I would love to see him show up for like
that rope thing.
For like a crossover, like an event. By all means, but not another show. Don't do that to that man. The man doesn't. He was out at season 6. I hope his wrestling show, which I do plan on trying out, I hope it's a success for him and he gets a good, solid run out of it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm more petty, I guess. He said in season 6 that he went to Berlanti and said he was out. But then Berlanti backed the Brinks truck up to him, and he said he couldn't say no. The money was too.
He said it would have been financially irresponsible, and you're right, because when season 7 started
at that point, and that was a lot of money.
I get
it.
When season 7 started, I was on the train of I swear it's done after this year, and it turns out I would have been right because he wanted it to be until, like you said, the Brinks truck. But and then they came back and gave us
minimizing his role sometimes, and like. I think he had to be there a little bit less.
Maybe.
Like, they would write episodes that minimized his role in that episode. Which, and on the one hand, expanded the show, and on the other hand, maybe gave him an opportunity to go back for the weekend and, hang out with his children.
But...
yeah, the flash forwards really did that.
I mean, we got 8 seasons, 7 of which let's call full seasons, north of 20 episodes. And I like every single season. Some of the seasons I think are truly great. The man has earned his rest.
Oh, yeah. More than that.
But,
I'm just hoping it gets a little boring for him.
Hey,
I don't think it's going to get that boring.
They might do Quiver. They might bring him back and bring him back in sort of a Rick Grimes here or, 2 to 3 movies of the week capacity type of thing.
And I would be, where's my money? Like, or where's the money? Show me, where do I sign it? I'm totally in favor of that. I'm just not going to campaign for it. And I'm certainly not going to root against him in his other endeavors.
I agree. I'll let him rest in peace in his wrestling show that's probably going to hurt the shit out of him.
I don't want him to choose to do it because he feels like he has to fall back because that's all he has. I want him to choose to do it because he misses it and wants to be there.
And I genuinely, as much as I feel like just watching his sound bites and just like viewing him over the years, I feel like he really does appreciate what this show did for him. And I would not be surprised a second if he was up there for a couple weeks in Vancouver and gave us a guest spot somewhere. Would not blow my mind to the nth degree.
Oh, I see him coming out to a crossover in a few years.
I mean, if he wants to come back and fix the Speed Force thing that he kind of jacked up, that'd be fine.
What they should do is they should just have like a mid-season replacement series. Basically, make it Dinner with Andre, but with Ollie. Dinner with Ollie, and every once in a while we'll have like just a character from the CW verse, the Arrowverse, if you will. Show up and be like, oh, hey, Ollie. And then they're like, what happened? Oh, I was in some fight. Oh, I'm dead, aren't I? Not permanently. They just have a conversation. He sends them back. He's like, yeah, it's not your time. You still a Spectre? Yeah. All right. There you go.
To me, it'd be funny if he just came back as the Phantom Stranger for no good reason. Just to cover all of those iconic, powerful roles.
You can't just have Ollie be like the most powerful, like every most powerful character in the DC universe.
The hell you!
I mean, I guess you can.
Also, the Spectre is like traditionally a very vengeful character. Like, and Stranger is more of to me, a bit more of a watcher. It would kind of make sense if he just came back as that guy every now and then.
Yeah, it wasn't the best interpretation of the Spectre. I mean, I could, we're just saying here Spectre in name only.
I feel like the fact that there was a green hood involved both ways played a large part in that.
I dug that though.
It was a fun interpretation, but I understand how the logic got there.
Yeah, it didn't bother me. I didn't need him to, I didn't need him to basically look like Silver Surfer with a green hood.
You don't want the Alex Ross version of this for that?
Not really. And it always creeped me out that so many Spectres were just like, I'm going to wear a hood, a cape, and underwear. Like, can you wear something else?
You're all powerful. Clothe yourself.
I don't need to see your ghost dick.
Wow.
Well, I mean,
And
on
we
the
got
show,
House
you would have
this movie.
seen Stephen
No,
Amell's go stick. So,
That's
I mean, you
fantastic.
got to weigh that option.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I liked Hal's version of the Spectre so much. I'm like, he actually kind of kept his costume a little bit.
Yeah.
I still like that scene at the gravesite where, in the Identity Crisis, Ollie's there. He says, "So you coming back soon?" He says, "I'm working on it."
Yeah. Yeah, that was good.
I need to reread that. Anyway, we're gone. We're done.
Bye.
Thank everyone. Everyone, do the thing where you start off. Brent, where can people find you if they're still listening?
Brentacprime on Twitter. I'm on Fans Without Borders and Marvel Squadcast. And again, guys, congrats on 600.
Thank you. All right, and Travis.
Travis_156 on Twitter, and you can find me on DC Alliance podcast and superhero discussions. And like Brent said, congrats on 600.
Thank you very much, Chris.
You can find me on Twitter at Chris Balga, World's Finest True Believers, and Marvel Alliance podcasts. And as I will third it, awesome job, congratulations, 600 more. We'll see you on episode 1200.
600 more, Morty. 600.
I hope it won't be that long before you're on the show again.
I hope not either, but you never know.
Effie, round us out.
Yeah, I can do that. Oh, let's stretch. I am in Efficiency on Twitter with the extra E to make it a pun, and at Remote Stealing. Then you can find the podcast, stealingtheremote.com. And congratulations. It has been a true pleasure listening to you for hundreds of hours instead of watching TV, apparently. So
And that was just tonight.
yeah. Look at us go. Oh.
Thank all of you so much.
Truly.
All of the friendship and support means everything. And it really is one of the best things, if not the best thing, that I've gotten out of doing all of these 600 episodes. It's just really cool, and a pleasure to know each and every one of you.
Yeah, genuinely expanding, me and Dave just talking to me and Dave talking to other people. It's just fantastic. The most rewarding part of anything.
Well, like I've said, from a new podcaster to the scene, you guys have been very helpful as a friend, advice giver, and it's an honor to be a part of the show. So,
did you say nude podcaster?
Noob.
Oh, noob. Okay, thank God. I mean, I think most of us have been at some point, but we don't say it.
I mean, we can make this happen right now.
Who said we already have?
That is fair.
None of us
I'm
are in the
only
same
wearing
room.
my
No
robe.
one
It's
will
the
know.
middle of the night. So
Should I put on pants?
I was about to say, Travis
You're
is probably
saying?
already there, so.
You don't have to, then I would.
He's ahead of the curve.
Oh God! Yeah, sorry. That was me not being able to take real.
Well, it's also me not enunciating at this time of the night, so that's on me.
fair enough.
No, I knew what you said. I just can't take compliments or sincerity at all.
Ah.
It's like it's getting
Dave.
too real.
Hey, Dave.
Let's make a joke.
Dave.
Love you
Yes,
too,
good at
buddy.
this.
What?
You're good at this. Deal with it.
No. I have 600 episodes to prove that I'm not.
Well, good luck on 601. Maybe it'll be better.
Yeah, we're just gonna come back with a completely new intro, a different host, and
That'll
Just look
fix
it
it.
up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
it's gonna be one of those old timey shock jock guys from the radio. Welcome to DC on Screen.
Is his name Brian Wilder?
No,
Oh, you're
His
fired.
name is Scott Lame.
It's going to be that and a Phil Hartman sound alike.
oh my God. Oh, if
Monterey.
just to have, I would replace us with Phil Hartman and Billy West any day.
Actually, I genuinely would. I would quit right now. It's just, you got it. Here's the passwords. Go for it.
Rocket fuel malt liquor, damn.
Any
Everyone out
two
there.
of the Futurama cast. Pick two. I don't care. You can have the show. We're good.
Yeah,
I'd be honored.
and both of them are Billy
Billy
West.
West and Billy West doing an impression. Yes, exactly.
All right. Thank you guys. Thank you everyone out there for listening. DC on Screen for every episode. And all the things. Thanks for listening. We'll be back. Keep some DC on your screen. This 600 episode is going to be segments, so this is a segment. We've still got a whole TV segment tomorrow night.
Yeah, this is a weird way to close when you're just going to continue in like a second. But
hey, if you're coming back tomorrow, you get to say your show again. And I'm
that's true. That's fair. Just you're gonna miss me. No, you're not. I'm gonna be back. Just in a second. Just wait. Just don't click away. Don't click. Don't close the podcast. Don't.
We are editing all of this.
Anyway, so we're gonna. Now that no one's spoken up, it feels like a great time to just peter off into nowhere.
Peter.
That sounds like what we do every time.
To just peter off into nowhere.
Just sort of blow out the
with
candle
no one
and
having said anything.
And, no one's talking.
And since the silence is now embarrassing for me.
It's very awkward, yes.
Even though it's taking me some time to sign off. I feel like at this point I should just go ahead and resign myself to the existential nature of the moment and just suck it up and call it a day.
No.
You know what? Keep some DC on the screen.
Well, that will be edited out because this is, again, a part of a segment, the first segment of the 600th episode.
Do we need to stop recording now?
We're very emotional already.
Even though some people came on later and said that maybe this would be edited out, I feel like the right thing to do would be to keep it going long enough to just keep some DC on the screen.
All right. Well,
I
now
got chicken pox on that first one. Like, it's keep it in.
Yeah, it's now going to be post credits. It'll be post credits now. Congratulations, you bastard! All right, I am hitting stop on my recording.
Yeah, we're sure. Okay. I'm gonna stop. Just yeah.
Our intro music is by Jason Goss and Michael Shackelford. Michael's band, Galactic Engineers of Magnetic Sounds, or GEMS, can be found on SoundCloud and Bandcamp. Visit DCOnScreen.com to find our Patreon, merch, contact information, and every episode of the show for free, including crossovers we've done with other podcasts. DC On Screen is a maladjusted production. For more from me and Jason, including sketch comedy, vlogs, parodies, and our improvised web series Hey Guy, visit maladjusted.tv.